Now, okay. Yeah. So we have already covered controls and loops. Today we'll be starting with arrays and strings. Okay. So let's start with arrays first. So now we open up a notepad and okay. So in all our previous session, we have seen a variable, right? And in all the variables which we have seen before, they were all storing a single value. So like int a. So that means a will only store like one value. Similarly, int b. Uh, Again, this will store one value. But now, if you want to, since they both are integer and and if there's a need that you want to store like maybe 10 of same value. So imagine like, let's take a condition called employee ID, right? In a company, there are a lot of employees, then they all have employee ID, right? Now I want to store employee ID of maybe like 10%, right? So how do I store it? I have to create like int employee one or like one equals to some number. So this is one way to store it, but then you have to do it 10 times, right? Like you have to keep doing this to store like the employee two, employee three, so and so on. So to get out of this or to overcome this problem, there was something which was defined, is called array. So what happens in array is like you can store one type of variable. So like you can store an integer variable and multiple integer variables. So if I want to store employee ID, I can store employee ID of 10 employees in just one shot through this array. So maybe like employee ID is 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, and so on until 1010. So let me just think of like there are only 5 employees, so I'll just have to write all 10. So arrays are nothing but it's like a variable which can store multiple similar type of values. So this is an integer array or integer data type. So integer array which can store up to 5 uh, variables. So that's why array was introduced, and this is what it does. So similarly, like how we have stored integer, we have like float, we have character, we have string, and we have and yeah, we have string, we have char. So all the data types what we have, we can use all those data types and have an array for it. So let's see a basic array program and how we use them. So now you at least know like why do we need arrays and how an array is initiated. So let's create one program, new class. Let's call it array array learning. I'll have a main in it. Finish. So I'll try to create an integer array. Okay. The syntax of it will be int and then call it like this is the name which I'm giving it to the array. And then I can add values to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this means that I've created a variable of type array. So variable called int array of type int and its array. And it can store 5 elements. So once you have defined the number of elements which you or like once you have initialized it, this is kind of letting this array know that there are 5 elements here. Okay. Now there's one more thing which I want to say is the position of it. But before that, let me first show what it means. System.out.println. Okay, before even doing this, we have integer variable array. This position given to all these array elements. So the position of the first one is 0, or like you can say the index is 0. The second one is 1, third one is 2, 3, 4. Let me show it through this place here. So imagine the same array. It has like 5 values, 126, 132, or like 32, 230, 21, and 200. Now these arrays have an index given to it. We will see why indexes are used in when while executing the code. But you need to know, like, if you want to access maybe like third integer or like third element of the array, which is like 230 here, you see the index of this is 2 because the index starts with 0. So you have to be careful about this index. For any given array, the index always starts with 0 and it goes to like 0, 1, 2, 3 till whatever. So let's do some operation on arrays, but to understand like the basics of what array is, it stores similar kind of values into one variable. Array size is defined. Uh, it can be defined while when you initiate the array with whatever the size of elements you initiate it with, that will become your array size. So for our example, we have taken an array with 5 elements. Now, uh, let me display all the elements into the console. So we have an array with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as a value. Now I want to display all the values here. So how do we do it? Again, since this is array, you can display everything in one shot, but like you need to understand how a compiler will extract the values from array and display it. So for working with array, you have to use like a for loop because you have to iterate it through all these numbers, like from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So how would someone know that you want to select maybe 3 or 4? So you have to use like a for loop in order to understand that, or like in order to get that value. So I'll create an variable called int I equals to 0. I is less than, okay, before even I go there, let me create the size of this array. So to get the size of an array, and why do we need size? Because it will tell the number of element it has, or the number of element an array has. So for this integer array, there are like 5 elements. So we need to first understand like how many number of elements it has. So by using this length function, so you have your array name dot length. So this is defined in your Java library. So whenever you write your array name dot length, it will find the number of elements in this array and then it will assign that to this variable called size. So before even we go to say that whatever I'm saying to you is true, I will print the value of this size. Size of of the array is okay. System loading. Okay, I think I don't need this. Plus. Okay. So a value of my I would go from 0 and it should be less than the size. I'll be explaining more about this in some time. But for now, let's consider this. Now I want to display all the values of this array. So I'll do system.println element at index. Let me do value of I. And let me do int array of I. Okay. So what I'm trying to do here is, first thing is I have initialized an array. Second is I'm trying to find out the length of an array. Find length or size. We can call it anything, size of array. And then you're printing your size of array here. Now what we are trying to do here is display index and array element. So now to iterate or to see what value is stored where, you have to always use like a for loop. And since I've said like in an array, always the index starts from 0 and goes to the higher number. That's why your for loop is starting with counter as 0 and not from 1. So let me execute this code. My run is here. How do I make this thing go off? I have this zoom bar thing popping up and I can't run my code, but I hope it goes away. Okay. So I've executed the code and I can see the size of the array is 5. So when the program started its execution, it initialized the array and then it displayed the size of array because of this line. And you can see that size is 5. So 5 elements are stored here. That's why size is 5. And next it will go and check, and then it will next it will go and execute this statement or like this for loop and then this statement. So here it says, so first time, or like let me go through the execution or so first loop. So first loop, imagine I'm the compiler, so I'm trying to execute this code, right? So this is my first time when I'm trying to execute the code. I came to this line where it says for int I equals to 0. So I will become the loop, or like I'm the compiler right now. So I'll take value of I is 0, and then I know value of this thing. I should be less than size. So value of I is 0. We know that, and it has to be less than size. So we did get size in our previous statement, or like previously we have initialized it here. So I'll make it as 5, and then I'll increment the value of I from 0 to 1. This 1 will be used in the next step. Okay, so this is my first loop. After this, I see my I value is 0. My condition 0 is less than 5 is true, right? So I'll say true. If my condition is true, I will try to execute whatever is inside the for loop. I came inside the for loop and then I see, okay, it's trying to print something. What is it trying to print? It says that it has to print index element at index. So I'll write this. Then it says value of I. So value of I is 0. Oh, sorry, value of I is, yeah, it's 0. So I'll write value of I is 0. And again, this I plus plus will only get executed at the end of the loop. So let me keep this 0 for now. Once I'm done executing everything, then this I plus plus one will, I plus plus thing will be executed. So I'll keep it as 0 for now. So element at index 0, and then it will display this part. So what is this? So it tells from my array variable, whatever is stored at 0th position, right? So I'll do int array, and whatever is stored at 0th position, it will display that. So int array of 0. So 0 at 0, it's 1. So whatever is written here will be displayed. So it's 1 is stored at this location. Int array of 0, 1 value is stored. So we see this statement. After this, it will increment the value of I. So I will do this. Increment the value of I from 0 to 1. Then it will go to the second loop. So what happened with 0? It did all the calculation, and now the value of I is incremented to 1. And again, we have to check for all these conditions. So second loop. So what happened? Or like not loop, actually it's iteration. First iteration. If I say loop, it's not good. Okay. First iteration, now second iteration, value of I is, I said it incremented from 0 to 1. So I will increment to 1. Then I'll check the condition 1 is less than 5. My condition is true, right? So I'll write this condition as true. What will I do? I'll try to go inside this for loop and execute whatever is written here. So now for second time, I will say index at element at index 1, because my I value is 1. So I'll say 1 here, and then I want to print whatever is displayed at int array of 1. So at 1 position, value of array is 2. So I'll print as 2. So that's why you see this here. So similarly, now I can go ahead and I can keep executing this. So this will be like iteration or third iteration. Value of I will become 2. 2 is less than 5. Condition is true. I'll display the element at index 2. This will be 2 and value will be 3. So similarly, I'll do fourth round and then I'll do fifth round. Fourth iteration, I value is 3. 3 is less than 5, true. Display value of 3 at 4. Similarly, we have fifth iteration. Value of 5 is 4 now. 4 is less than 5, true. And then this is 4 and this is 5. Okay, perfect. So I hope until now everyone has understood. This is all like true condition of for loop. It is kind of executing and then trying to display everything from this array. Now what happens in the next loop? So this is the sixth iteration. Value of I got incremented from 4 to 5 at the end of this loop. So I equals to 5 now. And then I'll check the condition 5 is less than 5. So now this condition is false because 5 is not less than 5, less than 5. 5 is equal to 5. So this will not get executed, or like the loop is now terminated. It will not go inside the loop and it will go to the next statement, whatever is right. I know we don't have any other statement, so it exits the loop. So this way we know how to initialize an array, how to find the length of an array, and how to access all the values of array. Now imagine that I don't want to print all the 5 elements. I just want to print like the third element. How would I do that? So I'll write system.out.println. I just want to display third array element, right? So how would I do this? So to display any element, if you already know the index, then it's very easy. You just have to tell the index. So third element would be at index 2. Because I told you the array index always starts with 0, then 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So if I want to display the third element, I have to refer to the index 2 in order to display that value. So I hate this. So I'll execute the code, and you see the third element is 3. So now this way I have executed and got the third element. So similarly, if I want the first element, I have to write here as 0. You know what? Instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let me make it like 12, 13, 14, and 15. That way it will not be very confusing. Okay. So if I want to display the first element, I have to write int array of 0. And then run it. So now I see the size of array is 5. Third element in actually don't go on the wordings, but I'm trying to display the variable or like the first array element. So it is 11. So similarly, if I want the second, I'll just type 1 here. Save the program, try to run it, and my program is executed. And I see the element as 12. So I now hope everyone knows, like, how to find the size of an array and how to get each and every um, element in an array. So now let's do a quick exercise so that I know that everyone understands what we are learning here for array.
Sorry, Shri.
Yeah.
So the length of an array is always 5.
No. So right now
Is
it's
it?
5 because
Okay.
there are 5 elements. If I write maybe like 16 and then 17 and then 18. So at this time, now my length of an array will become like 8 elements, right? So size will become 8 because I have added more elements to my array. So the more the number you have, the more elements you have in this place, the more will be your size, or even if you have less number of elements, then the size will be less.
Okay. In practice, when would we need to use something like this? Because I'm guessing ideally we wouldn't want to write like an array that's like 25 long or
So
has a size of 25.
yeah, when you have like imagine that you are trying to store maybe you're working at a place which has like 30 employees and you want to store all their employee IDs. So what would you like to do? You would store it in an array, or would you like to store it like this? Int emp1 and then their ID 1001. So you can do this, or you can use just an array. So you have to do this. Maybe if you have like 30 employees, you have to keep doing this like, and then you have to, even to access any element, it will be very difficult for you. But if you have an array, there'll just be one name called like employee name. And then you can have all their employee IDs stored here. And it's very easy to access them. If you want to access like maybe like 10th employee, what we say, if you want to access the 10th employee ID, then it's very easy because you have to just mention here as like 10 or like, sorry, or like 9. If you mention 9, it will go and fetch you the 9th employee ID. But if you do this, you have to always, uh, you know, uh, code more or like write more number of lines to access each and every employee details. That's why you need array. So array is introduced to store values of similar data types into yeah, of similar data types and easily access and replace them. So you can also replace the value of array uh, and like how you replace the value of variable or change the value of a variable. So similarly, you can do all those things in array also. So if I want to replace the value of 13, uh, I can do it. So those are the advantages of array.
All right, thank you.
Very good. So now let's do a quick program. What all did I change? Why does it? Oh, okay. So I'll give this code to you guys now, and I want you to write a code. What can I ask? Before giving the assignment, let me explain few more things on array, and then I'll give an exercise problem. Um, or what strategy should I follow? Or else no, let's do an exercise first because then you will have some hands-on knowledge. Okay, let me copy this part. Copy. Let me copy everything. Copy. Chat. No worries, Asalim. I just saw your message. Too long, please try to send multiple short ones. Okay. So now you all know how to create a class and main. So do that, and I'll just give you the main part of the code. So go and create a class called array learning and try to uh, paste this part of the code and execute it. That way you will have an array uh, initialized with some values and it will print the size and number of elements in an array. So let's do that. By that time, I'll frame one question for you. There's an echo. Okay, perfect. Oh, Eclipse keeps crashing. Hmm. Yeah, we can use IntelliJ.
Thank you.
Yeah. You can use IntelliJ or Eclipse, doesn't matter. Perfect. This is good. And, hmm, to display. Okay. Fourth element in their list and then all the elements of the array with its index. Okay. Can you write this code? So I have given you an variable called employee ID, or and you have to initiate an array with all these elements in it and display the fourth element. So I want the fourth element from the list, and then you have to display each and every element with its index. So similar to what I have given you, like the code which I have given you to you now, but you have to do some changes and you need to write the code. I'll give you like 5 minutes, 3 minutes. Actually, it does not need more time. So 3 minutes, or write this code and let me know once you're done. And also, if you have any questions while solving the problem, please let me know.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
So you said we should display the fourth element and then all the elements as well.
Yeah, so first display the fourth element and then
Okay.
display all the elements with its index.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually,
Adi, your voice is echoing, so maybe you have to
okay.
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, please, can you display the code again? Like, I was joining from my phone so that I'll be able to see both screens, like, but so I've logged off. No, not this, the code you displayed before
Okay,
to
okay. You need the code. Okay,
yes, please.
copy this.
No, not this, the code that the line of code
Yeah,
before two mistakes came. Yes,
I have shared
yes.
it here in the chat window.
Okay, I've seen it. Thank you. Show
Well,
me, thanks. I've seen it. Thank you.
yeah. So I'm again going back to the previous screen.
Sure, I don't know if it's because I'm using IntelliJ. I'm getting errors.
Okay, can you share your screen, please, and then we'll see.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'll copy this code into the chat. So whoever is working on the solution, they can use this question from the chat window. Okay. Can you share, Tommy?
Yes.
Mhm.
Take it.
Okay, yeah, I can see it. You have created a project in okay.
So these are the, unless I did something wrong, can I resolve prints line?
Java. So you have I why does it say your project is array? Oh, you have created a Java project called array here.
Yes.
Okay. Uh, let me see. Oh yeah. So where is your main class? How would your compiler know that you compile this? Because there's no main class. I mean main method. Sorry for
Main
that.
method.
You need to add a main method. So yeah, go to the next line. Say public. Write public static. No, not dot. Just public space static. Yeah, space void
Oh, yes.
main and then space. Uh, open a bracket and then say string.
The curved one
No,
or
the
just
not this one, the curly one. I mean, like the C type. Yeah, that one. So these are flower brackets, I guess. So I call
Mhm.
it as curly brackets. You need the one which is on button 9.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, and then you can write string with S capital S string with square brackets open close
Wait, sorry.
square brackets.
Okay.
Yes, and then space args No, not inside, outside, outside. Yeah.
Okay.
Not outside that place. You have to write ARGS inside. Yes.
Here.
Yes. Write a space and then ARGS.
Mhm.
Space between the square bracket closed and A.
Is this looking like what you're asking for?
There's one space missing between the square bracket close and ARGS. Yeah. Add a space there. Now open a curly bracket at the end. I mean flower bracket at the end. Yes. And yes. Now you have to. Now let me see if everything is perfect. So you have a class which is closed. You have array. Now you have to just add one more curly bracket towards the end of the code. So in line 19, yes. You have to always make sure the brackets, the number of brackets you open and the number of brackets you close. So go
Okay.
to line number 21 and yeah. So when you put your cursor on 21, you will see
Mhm.
there's a highlight in line number 1. So that means this is the
Uh,
opening bracket and closing bracket for that one. If you click on 19, then you will see the second one highlighted. So that way it's easy for you to know which square bracket is open and which one is closed. Okay, can you print it?
yes.
I mean, can you run the code?
I just run.
File, problem, console. Where's your console?
Oh, there we
Okay.
go.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So
You wanted a fourth, right? If I get that correctly.
I need the fourth element. So
Yes.
you have to now you have to
Oh, I have the wrong one. I have the fifth element. So this needs to go to 3.
correct. Okay, perfect.
Okay. All right.
Now you're understanding. Nice.
Yes.
Good.
Much better. Yes, thank you.
Very good. Okay, I so we are done. Perfect. Where is done, share this done, none of this done. Okay. Salam is done. So Salam, can you show your code, please? I think Salam has some problem with his audio.
Sorry, what did you say?
Can you show your screen and show the code? I think you're done, no?
Yes, yes, yes. I'm done.
Okay, perfect. Let's do
Yeah.
that.
Uh, so
Share your screen first, please.
uh, it's it's not letting me share screen for some reason.
Okay. I have no idea why. Okay, not a problem. Then we'll go with how about Daddy? Are you done?
I'm still I'm still on it. I don't know. Let me when
Oh,
I
I can share screen now.
Okay,
Like
then
this.
go ahead, share it.
Yeah. Uh,
Okay, it's starting. Yeah, it's 7. I don't see your
yeah.
okay, I see it now. Perfect. So let's see what you have done. Okay. Wow, that's nice. So you have so let's take it to the top where you have initialized your array. Okay, where is your
Oh,
employee?
this is the one you did, and this is the exercise.
Exercise. Okay, perfect. So you have created one integer type array called employee ID. Perfect. Then you are displaying the fourth element of the array, which is nice. Uh, so you understand the 3. Why do you need the 3? Which is perfect. Now you're initializing for loop and then giving a condition. Okay, wow. I like this improvisation of employee ID dot length in the same place. So instead of using a variable, you have directly assigned it here, which is very nice. Uh, and then you're printing all the elements and employee. Perfect. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Uh, and I hope everyone has understood all the steps what Selim has taken. Okay, Salim, can you copy this code and send it in the chat, please? Yes. Perfect. And you can stop sharing your screen now. Okay. So now let's go ahead with the next concept. Well, so we did see, I think now every one of us know what an array is, what are the indexes, how to access each of these elements um, through for loop. So we are very clear about this. I can see that. Now let's quickly go into manipulation of array elements and see if we can manipulate it. So with my current example, what if I want to increment or like manipulate the array element? So I have 16, 17, 18 and all this. You know, what if I want to, increment all these values by 5, right? And at the end, display the new array, which is modified array. So I have an array which with the value 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. What I want to do is I will add 100 to each and every element. So adding 100 to each and every element. So what I would do is since I'm seeing each and every element, when I say this word or like this phrase, each and every, that means I need a for loop, or else I can't add 100 to each and every element. So I would be needing a for loop. So I'll take the for loop, put it here. Since I've used I here, let me use J here so that it's easy. And what I want to do is I want to first change this. So J as the variable, J as the variable. So what I want to do is I want to add 100. So I'll take int of array and I'll take the element. So my element will be 0 first, and I will take array element and I'll say plus 100. This way, what it will do is it will go to this 0th element first. It will take the element, it will add 100 to it, and then the entire new value will again be stored in the same place, right? It will be stored at this place. So now let's see how that happens. I've copied the paste. Uh, do anyone know shortcut of the run? Oh, hang on. Okay, perfect. So array element is, so now what happens here? We can see that now. Let me close the size of an array. Array element 15. Okay, I don't need this. Save, run. So what I'm doing here is like I have 8 elements. I'm trying to increment the size of or like the value of each and every element by 100. So what I did is I created a for loop because I want to increment size of each and every element, right? So I have used this for loop and then I'm saying int of j. So it's like first it will come to this place, it will take j value as 0. So int of 0. So it will take 11 and with the not here. So let's look into this part first. So it will take value of this. So it will take 11 and then it will add 100 to it. So the value after addition will be 111 and this complete value will be taken and assigned to this place. So this place is, so you can see this one as int array of value 0 and then it will take 11 and then it will take 100 an addition of 111. I mean the some value is 111, and this 111 will be stored in this variable now. So value of this array, which was this, has now become has now become 111 like this. So slowly, the next iteration, this will become 112. The next iteration, this will become 113. Next iteration, 114. Next iteration, 115. Similarly, it will keep iterating through all the elements, and it will increment the value of all the variables or array elements by 100. And then when we display this array, you see the new value of the array is like what we have mentioned here. So I hope this is clear. And this is how you manipulate the values in array elements, or like the values of array elements. Is this concept clear? Perfect. Okay, so let me quickly give this code so that you can put it into your program as well. Okay, so now we are done with integer type of arrays. I will give some syntax of floating type of array. Now what how do you create a floating type of an array, right? Let's do that. So we have displayed all integer. Now let's do floating. So for floating type of array, you have float. Like float is data type, and I hope everyone knows this. And now let me say it float array, the name. And if I want this to have values, so what will I do? 1.1 maybe f, 1.2 or like 2.2 f, 3.3 f, 4.4 f. So this is my floating type of array. Similarly, if I want a string array, so this is my float array. Operations of float array will be very same as what we did with integer array. Your for loop will remain the same, and the operations you can have different kind of operations with different arrays. So, but the looping concept will remain the same. The value assignment or modification syntax will remain the same. To get the length, again, this remains the same. So I hope all this topics are clear. Now let's do a string variable. Sorry, string array. The string array is also possible. Let's say apple, banana, orange. So these are string variable. So you can, while I'm initializing any of these array elements, you can see for float, I have appended f at the end of each and every element. So that means like it's floating type of an element. For string array, you can see that I have enclosed the string in double quotes. Always the string has to be enclosed in double quotes. Like I've told or mentioned this in last class as well. This is a catch up on that. So that is string. Now let's go to character array. Oh, sorry, string array. And then we have character array, char. So here, can someone tell me what's the syntax of character? How do we enter a character?
Single codes, like the above is double, so it's single.
Perfect. So all these characters will be single quotes, and there'll be just one letter. So yes, so all these are like the different types of arrays, and this is how you initiate them. So this is the syntax. You should always remember them. And yeah, this is the syntax, and then you can assign like a for loop and execute them. This is very easy. Now, I'll give you all these elements. I want you all to write the code to display the first element of all these arrays, right? I want to see what you would do. Integer array. Okay, so I have this three or like four types of arrays. I want to display, you know what? Let's display the second element of each and every array type. So I want to display the second element of all these fours. So I want to see how you guys will, display the second elements. I'll give you 5 minutes to answer that question. I'll share this array in the group chat so that you're all aware. Again, I don't want all the elements. I just want the second elements from each and every array. There are four arrays which I've given you. I need the second elements. Are we done? It should be done by now. It's only 2 steps. Perfect. Done with Cheryl, can you share your screen, please?
Okay, 1 second.
Okay, so
Yes, did.
you have added all the. Where's your output?
Here.
Oh, wow. So 1.1. Oh, you have added all the elements. I see. Okay, well, this is also a good way to solve the problem. But you are displaying the integer. The first one is 11, 2.22. Okay, you know what? I wanted to display them in separate lines. I think I should have mentioned this part.
Okay.
So that would have helped it. Okay.
Mm,
I mean, if you want to do println, that would only work if you have this the system out dot println written in like 5 lines. Then this ln will work.
okay, so
So
then I guess I can just copy this and do it for like each of them.
yes, so you can do that,
Okay.
or yeah, you can do that also. So this is one way of solving this problem.
Mhm.
Did anyone use for loop and solve this problem?
Mhm.
Or is everyone using the same strategy? But Cheryl, you might have to do that four
Okay.
times.
So
Before.
for loop, how would I have done it?
With the
Um,
oh no, you wouldn't have. I mean, like you don't need for loop for this. Uh, what I meant was no for loop. I just wanted everyone to have an integer assigned, like write an integer int
mhm.
and give it a value. So
Mhm.
you can write it there. So your cursor wherever it is. So write
Okay.
it. Uh, take a variable, maybe c or
Okay.
anything equals to 2
Oops. Constitute.
or 1. Sorry, 1 at this point because we need second element, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And then you can have C assigned to all of it, but in separate lines. You can't do it in same line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shri,
Yes.
yeah, I have did like that. Can if you want, I can.
Okay.
Sorry. You can share your screen now, and then we can see what you have done.
Hope you can see the screen now.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. So you have assigned one variable,
Yeah,
and then
Jake.
yeah, J, and then you're using that because we are trying to print the second element of all. So you have used one variable and you're kind of printing it in different lines. So that's nice. So this is what I was looking for. So I just wanted everyone to know that, with help of like these indexes, you can access all the values and it will be shown here. Perfect. So can you paste this part of the code in group chat, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thank you, Priya.
Yeah, welcome.
The name has two A's at the end.
Yeah, it has two A's. It's numerology.
Okay. I
Yeah, yeah, because my dad believed numerology. He named it like.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Okay, please copy this part of
Yeah,
code, send it in the group. Okay. Can you stop sharing the screen? Okay, perfect. Now I'll take it over. Okay. So we have successfully completed, or like we at least now know uh how to initiate different types of arrays, what are indexes and how to access each and every element, how to manipulate the array. So all these things are done. Now this was single array. So like just one uh, single array as in like there's one row and multiple elements. But now there's something called multi-dimensional array. This is very interesting. But before going to multi-dimension, there's one more concept which I wanted to show, uh, which is Let me see if I have it here. Which is, I have a variable or like I have an integer array or any type of array. I want to accept input from the user and then create my array. So that is not yet covered. Now I want to do that. Or like I want you guys to practice that. Before we go there, I have this code. Okay. Or we will do that in this topic. So we will do it together. But before I move to multi-dimension array, I think a single dimension array is complete. We just have like single row with multiple elements. Now multi-dimension array. Multi-dimension array is where you have data in form of matrix. So I think you can see the screen. Let me maximize it. Okay. So at this point, so multi-dimension means like two-dimensional or like so you have two dimension as in like you have rows and columns, and the values will be stored in form of matrix. You would have studied matrix in like your high school where you'll be storing values in rows and columns. So these are some examples of it. So one example is like the integer. You can see 4 elements have been stored, but it's in format of matrix. So like 1, 4, and 4 and 5. So similarly, character matrix of 3 rows and 2 columns looks like this. And this is floating of 5 cross 5. So 5 rows and 5 columns. So these are all different. These are the syntax of it. So we have studied, we have just practiced on single dimension, where you see that we were writing int and or like float, or is there any syntax here? Okay. We were writing just one bracket and then we were giving the name and values to it. But here, since it's multi-dimension, we need 2 brackets, plus we have to initialize the value of like 2, or we have to initialize the value as like number of rows and number of columns. Now let's see how to do various operations for multi-dimension, how to read multi-dimensional arrays, how to write into multi-dimensional arrays, how to take values from it. Let's do that. Eclipse, array elements. I'll create a new class and work on it. New class, multi-dimension array. Finish. So I've created a new class. Let me create, or like let's start with simple integer type of array. Call it multi int array, right? And I will store all the values manually for first, and then we will go, and then I'll show how to declare an empty arrays and how to store values in them. So we will do that right after. So let me store one, or like I'll create an array of 2 rows and 2 columns. So let's do that. So to initiate the values, I'll do this. Okay. So in a way, you can see this like this also. This way, it's like more good representation, I would say. So I have multi-dimension array. then the values it's storing is in this format or in this syntax. So I have to use curly brackets and then give values like 1 comma 2. That way it knows like this is my first row, this is my second row, and this is my first column values, and these are my second column values. So similarly like that. So in matrix, you have rows and columns, right? So similarly, even in multi-dimension, you'll have rows and columns. If you, so let me first go through this that way. Now I want to display the value. Again, I need for loop. So int I, but since we have like, okay, before going to this, let me say what is meaning of what. Where is, okay. So here, now in our single dimension, the index was very simple. It was 0 was for the first element, 1 was for second, 2 was for fourth element, and 4 was for fifth element. But in multi-dimension, since you have rows and columns, each and every element will have a position based on their index. So all the column index will start from 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So you see here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And all the row index will also start with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So now, if I want to understand or find the location or index of the first element, I will be doing this. So 0 row and 0 column. So if I want to access this element, I have to write uh, what do we say? I have to write int or multi-array of 0 and 0. So that way, so what this will do is like it will go to this array, it will find the element which is located at 0th row and 0th column. So 0th row and 0th column 1 is located right now. So this will be displayed. Similarly, if I want to access 2, I will change this from 0 to 1. So this means 0th row and first column, or like in general is second column, but the index is 1. So let me go here. So for this 4, it's 0 and 1. Similarly, for this 4, the index would be 1 and 0. So first row and then column. So similarly, this one will be 1 and 1. So this is how you locate the element in multi-dimensional array, which is with the help of the index from rows and columns. So can someone tell me what will be the index for this element in this array? So the element is 1. The element which I want to view is 1.1. So what will be the index for this?
1, 2.
Yes, correct. So the first row, I mean the row index is 1 and the column index is 2. So if I want to access this 1.1, I would just simply want to do is like I will imagine if that was my array, then I would have written 1 here and 2 here. So that way I would access that element. So this is how we read it or the see it. So now, so since we need like two values, which is one value is here and then second value is here. So we will take two variables or two loops if we want to iterate through all the elements, right? So if I want to iterate over this loop, imagine this is my loop. I want to iterate over all these elements. I want to display all these elements, right? This complete element. So what I'll do is, how my indexes will be. My indexes will be first. So my indexes will. I think everyone can view. So my indexes will be 0, 1, then 0. Sorry, it will start with 0, 0, then 0, 1, then it will be 0, 2, 0, 3, and 0, 4 for this one, right? So you can see this first element, the 0, is being common everywhere, right? The first 0 is common everywhere for the first row. The second, like if I want to access these elements, I will have 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, and 1, 4. And then you can see the second element is common. I mean, say in second, 1 is common. And then if you want to view the records of this this row, you will have 2 0, 2 1, 2 2, 2 3, 2 4. So you can see this number is again common here, and rest are all changing. So to access all these elements, you need like two counter. One counter will tell you the row, and the other counter will tell you the column, right? So first one is row, second one is column. You can see if you want to access all the elements of first row, you're kind of incrementing the columns, right? So your zero is constant. So your zero is constant here, but all the other numbers are varying. So now we will be creating a for loop, right? For loop to program this thing. So what I will do, I'll use one counter. So let me go back to this one. So I'll use one counter, which is like int I. It will start at 0. It will start at 0, and then I is less than, and it will have length. So now earlier it was very easy because length was of single dimension array, length is very easy to identify, but for multi-dimensional array, again length is easy, but first you need to find all the rows. So rows will be same as what we had before. So I'll do multi-int array dot length. So what this will give me is, okay, so multi-int array dot length. So this part of multi-int array dot length will give me the number of rows, right? Let me copy this and mention it here. To show number of rows in the array. So with the help of this, you will get number of rows, and we'll have this counter. Now there will be one internal for loop. So you have one for loop for the, like how we saw it in the pane. Value the pane. Okay. So how did we see, like, in for first row, row value is 0, but the column value keeps changing from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need one more for the second one. So here int value will be j0, j is less than, yeah. So now you will see one interesting thing. So we got the size of row with the help of this. Now you need size of column. So what you will do for this is you will say, I will take value of I. So this means I'll take the first row and find the length, and then j plus plus. So what it means is, so you have found the number of rows here already, but now it's telling take the first row. So you have value of I as 0, right? So it's telling take the first row and find the number of elements in the first row. So with the help of this, you will get the column value or the size of column. So to show the number of columns in the array, I'll paste it here. So this will give me the rows and this will give me the columns. Now you have both rows and columns, and you have two loops. The first loop will be for rows and the second loop will be for columns. Okay, so this is very important. And then now you just have to print out. So system.out.println. Now I want to display the row value. So display the row value. The row value is stored at I, and then I will display or don't even need this. I'll just say row value, and I say value, and then column value. Column value is J, and then I will say final element at this index, right? And what will that be? That will be my, I'll say multi int, and then I'll keep I and J. So I and J. Okay, so perfect. So I have written a code. I have first initialized a multi-dimensional array with values 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is like 2 cross 2 kind of a matrix. 2 cross 2. So it has 2 rows and 2 columns. I'm trying to iterate through all these elements. To iterate through all these elements, I need 2 for loops, one for the row and one for column iteration, like how I showed you in Paint. And let me execute it now. And this will display the index and everything. So let's try. There's a question. Okay. I'll run the code. See, now it says, so I see the row value of 0, column value of 0, element at this index is 1. Similarly, row value is 0 because the first loop will be active or like the first loop will be like inactive until the flow comes back from this loop. So it will be 0 and this value will change from 0, 1, and then once this counter is failed, it will go back to the previous one. Value of I will become 1, and again this value will start from 0. So this is how it works. So you can see the next counter I value is 1, J value starts with 0, and you see elements 3 and 4. So this is multi-dimensional array, and again if you want to manipulate the value of array, it's a similar kind of a logic. Let me show one example quickly where I will manipulate the value of multi-dimensional array. I will add and display at the same time. So I will add what should I add? I'll add 10 to each and every element and then display the value or the new value, right? So let me execute it. You can see the value before was 1, 2, 3, 4, but now the new values are 11, 12, 13, 14. So this is like manipulated the value and stored it into the same array. Okay, any questions in multi-dimensional array or how to access the value or how to manipulate the value or any problems with the for loops, why we use 2 for loops, anything? I take it as the silence as yes or no. I'll take it as no questions and you all understood what I'm trying to say here.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I've sent the code. You can try to execute this code. And again, multi-dimensional array can be of any types. It can have like string, float, character, whatever we have seen before. All those formats it can take. I want to show one interesting point, which is, okay, let's practice one code, which is we will create an array, accept and ask user to enter the row and enter the column value. And after that, we will ask them to enter the values of this array and store the array and display the array. So that's it. So we will write that code right now. So let me create a new class. Exercise. Uh-oh. multi-dimension array. So every time we are trying user, or if we want user to give us some values, we told that we need scanner. Right, to accept it. So I'll create a scanner object first. And tell it to accept input from system. So this will be my first step. The second step would be, okay. So now it started to accept values. Then I'll tell my system to enter the number of rows. And after user enters it, I will save it somewhere. So I'll save it in rows column or like rows variable. So I'll say scanner dot next int. This we have covered in our last session on how to do this or like what this means. So I think we are all clear about this. And then I'll ask my system to enter the column. So enter the number of columns. And then store it in columns variable. Perfect. So we have got like rows and columns now. The next point would be to create a array variable integer types. And again, since at this point we will know the number of rows it needs and the number of columns. So what are we trying to do here? We have created one array variable and we are telling the value is not known now, but we know the size of it. So we can say the size, because while initiating a array variable, you always have to mention the size. That's one of the requirement that you need. Even if you don't have that many elements, that's fine, but you need to always define the size of an element. It can't be like undefined. So that's why we are asking the user to input the rows and columns first, the number of rows and number of columns it will have, and mentioning it here. So that way my array is created. So my array variable is created, or multi-dimensional array variable is created with that size in our hard disk. That's this number of rows and columns, whatever you mentioned here, that amount of size will be created and given to this array variable. So that happens. Now you have defined an array variable, you have told how many rows and columns are there. Now you have to ask user for the inputs and then store those inputs into this array variable. So how would you do that? So again, you have to tell system or like tell user to first enter the elements of the array. And then I said with whatever you're trying to do, you need to have two for loops. One is for outer for loop, one is for inner for loop. So I'll create one for outer for loop for rows and inner for loop for columns. This is same thing, it just keeps repeating. So you have two variables, I mean like two for loops to iterate over the rows and rows and columns values will be taken from here, or like whatever you have mentioned here. And now you can start adding value to it. So you will have array variable. You need to store the value. So system will enter a value, and where will that value be stored? So you have to tell compiler to store the value here. So you say I and you say J. That way the compiler will know that it has to come to this array variable and store the values at this indexes. So we took values in scanner.next int. So this line will ask or prompt the user to enter input, and this line will take the input and paste it here. So that will happen. So we did this. Now, what if I want to, what will I do after I'm done? So display. So now I want to display. I'll just do system dot out dot print ln instead of writing everything again, I'll just use from our previous session. Okay. Multi-dimension, what was the array? Exercise. Okay. I can take this here. Row value is I, column value is J, element at this index is okay. So we ask user to enter the rows, the columns. After that, we have created created an array variable, multi-dimension type, and gave the rows and columns. After which we are asking user to enter the elements. After entering the elements, we are displaying the array or whatever we have stored in it. So let's do this, save it, run it. So it asks me for the rows. I'll give 3 rows and 2 columns. Now I have to give like 6 elements, right? Or else this will be incomplete. So it will ask me for elements. So I'll give elements as like 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and let me give 4. Okay, so it requested me for 6 elements, and after that it has displayed all these 6 elements. So you can see the row value is 0 and 0, and value or like row value is 0, column value is 0, and the element at that index is 9. So whatever we have entered all got saved into a multidimensional array and got displayed successfully. So perfect. So this is one exercise problem where like a user can accept an input from or like user or you can say that program can accept input from user and display whatever user has input. Okay, so I'll give this code to everyone so you can try this. So this is on multidimensional initiating of array and asking user to input an array and display the array. We are done with arrays concept. Now at this point, we should all be aware of different types of arrays and how to work with arrays. Any questions on arrays?
No.
Perfect. Let's move on to next topic. I'll try to create some questions around the arrays and the easy ones. But if you have understood the topic, you could easily solve those questions. Well, I'll try to frame that. Now let's move on to next class, which is, or like next topic, which is like strings or string manipulation. This will be one of the last topics. I'm creative with the diagrams, no? I like it.
Just colors are missing, that's it.
Oh, yeah. I'll use colors from next time. Okay, so this is good. Oh, I have totally forgot about the notes. I'm not writing any notes. But I have all these codes, so you can use the code as the reference for understanding anything. All these topics very easy up until now. Yeah, I'll try to add notes from now on. I totally forgot to write notes. Okay. Now string. Okay. Strings. Okay. So now this is very important. Because if you want to play with numbers, what can you maximum do? You can just add two numbers, multiply two numbers, divide, uh, and modulus, or all those kinds of operation you could do in a number. But when it comes to string, there are various more things which you can do. Like you can add two strings, as in like you can concatenate two strings. So like imagine there's two string called hello, and then the second string is called world. So you can make this as one string saying hello and world. Um, Also, you can compare if two strings are same, as in like there's one string called Shrikant, the other one is also called Shrikant, then you can compare that both the strings have same values or not. Plus I can check if my name has uh, some character in it, or like some alphabet in it, so that I can do. I can try to get, or like I can try to extract uh, three and or like second to third elements from my name. So all these things are possible in Java, and there are some predefined functions. We will be seeing those functions. So like length will give you the length of the string. Concat will try to join two strings. Trim will try to remove all these extra spaces from your string. If you have like a string called welcome with like too many spaces in front and behind, it will try to remove them and create a new string. Plus char at is one more, which will tell what is the character at that at the number which you would mention. So if you mention three, it will come and give you the element at three. So we'll be seeing all these. Um, what do you say? All these functions now, and all these are like string related function. So for using any of these functions, you have to make sure that your variable or uh, yeah, your variable or object what you're trying to uh, work on has to be of data type string, or else these functions won't work. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of them. And once we finish this, we will take a quick break. So just bear with me until we learn strings. Then I'll be done with this topic, or like this PPT. Let's go back to our thing, string manipulation. Okay. So first we will try to find a length of a string. So let's write a string or string variable. Variable name could be not very innovative here, string. And let me write the string as let me write, I can say this, Shrikant is awesome. I don't know if people believe, but I do say this. So now I want to find what is the length of the string. I want to know how many characters this string has, and an easy way to do is, uh, and yes, so when you try to find the length, so now length, if you want to store the length, so what the length will be, so it will be like of integer type. So um, length is of integer type, so you have to create an integer variable to store the length. So I will create like in for length of string equals to, then I'll do string dot length. So what this will do, it will go, it will first, we have to know this length would only work if it is string. So you take the string and you find the length, and after finding the length, it will get assigned to this variable. So now let me print the length. This system dot out dot print length. Let me display the value of length. Length of the string is or and then on this. So I have this, and the length of this string is 20. Perfect. So this is one. Now we can concatenate, and let's see what this does. So for this, I need two string, let's be one, say automation testing, and one more string called string2, and this one I'll say fun to learn. Okay, now I want to concatenate this, and since we are concatenating two string, what will the output be? Like for this length, when I wanted to find the length of the string, we know the length is a number and number was an integer. When we try to concatenate, or like, you're trying to join two strings, so the output would be something like this. So this and this. So this will be the concatenation. So you will join two strings. So what will the output, what type will be the output? Any,
String.
sorry?
String.
Yes, the output will be string. Why? Because we are just trying to join two strings and make a bigger string. So concat string is my variable name, and this will be str1 dot concat with str2. Perfect. Yeah. And then finally, I'll display the concatenated string. Just perfect. I'll run this, and I see the concatenated string is automation testing. Fun to learn. Okay, so it has joined these two sentences. Okay, I mean these two string, and created one string and stored it into this one. Okay, so next one is trim. So as I've mentioned, trim is to remove, like if there's a if there's a string like hello, and then more spaces. When I trim it, my output will become hello. That's it. So let's see how to do this part. So again, I'll take a string here. I'll name it 3 so that It does not throw any error. Let me create some spaces. And again, what would output of my trim be like? Any guesses? What type of variable will it be?
I believe again the same string only.
Yeah. Your voice is a little bit low, but
Okay, I'm using my earbuds and
oh, okay. Yeah. Again, it will be of string type because you're just trying to remove some spaces from between. But again, at the end, it is hello. So it is string. So I'll say trimmed string, and I will write, what will my syntax be? str3.trim. Okay, perfect. It's done. And I'll display this. Let's see if it works. Oh,
see, so the string just removes all the spaces. Is that what the trim, sorry.
yeah, trim removes all the spaces. So you can see that from like we have, okay, let me display it without trimmed, without trimmed string. And it removes spaces before and after the your what do you say, your string. It will not remove spaces from between. Like,
Okay.
yeah, it will not remove all the spaces. It will just remove the spaces from before and after. So let's see. We'll see the difference here. So you have this. So without trim, your output was this way. Like you can see, I can highlight this part. So all these were like blank spaces. But after uh, trim is like with the use of trim function, I cannot see the space anymore. So this is the difference. Okay. Oh, so trim is done. Now, what is the next one?
Shri, sorry, it's a kind of a silly question, but I wanted to ask about the concatenating.
Yeah.
Can't we just do like string one plus string two? What would that show?
Yeah, that will show the same thing, but
Okay.
that is a functionality of this
Int?
part. This
Okay.
is system.out.println. So
Oh.
whatever you display here, it's all converted into string, and it does, and like it will show you that. But again,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to store it if you want to store it in concat, right? Like if you want to join these two, and if you
Mm-hmm.
want to store it into another string, then you can't use this system out println. That's
Yeah.
why you need this.
Okay.
Plus, you can also use the plus function. There's no point. I mean, there's not a problem doing that too.
Okay.
Yep. Then we have, what's the next function? Okay. Okay. What is the next functionality? Trim is done. Oh yeah, it says leading and training combines two. Okay. Next one is char, returns a character value at given index number. Okay. Now next one is character add. Before going to character add, whenever we are working with the string, like how array always starts with 0, string also has like index which starts from 0. So always know this, because in all the other functions which we might be using this. So string also uses indexes which starts at um, 0. So now let's go and try to find a character. And so you have a string and you want to find the character at or maybe like you want to find the character which is at 4 or like fourth element. Fourth element will be like 3 as the index. So let me say I want to find the character at um, or I want to find the third character in a string, then I have to mention 2 here because it will be the index of that element. So that's how it. Uh, but the output of char at will be 1 letter. That's it. I mean, like just 1 letter. So let's see how this works. Char at. Let's use welcome. Okay, string. Four equals to okay, what will the output of char at be? So you want to find just one character from a string. So what type of variable will that be?
So it's going to be character.
Yeah. Perfect. So it will be of character type because you're just using one character. The
So
char,
the data type character has a single uh, a single alphabet or number. Is it?
yes, it has single alphabet or number.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And char at function will give you uh, that just one character. So char at, you can say from equals to str4 dot char capital C, I guess. No, small c har. Oh yeah, it's here. Char at, and index will be, let's find for 2. Character at 2. Run it. So we have welcome and at 2. So this is 0, 1, and 2. So at 2, L is stored and we have displayed that. Okay. When I say 2 here, it doesn't mean like show the second element. It means the index is 2. We're clear about that. Now let's go to the next one. Which one is next? Contains. Contains. Okay. So contains. So suppose there's a string called hello world, and you're checking with contains. You will just check um if your string has a letter or a string. So if I in hello world, if I want to check if the letter LLO or if this string is present or like this substring is present in this word or not. So that time we use contain, and the output of contain will be either true or false. So it will say that okay, this LLO is present or it's not present. That's it. So let's do this part. String str5. Let's use hello world as an example for now. And what type of values, what will be the data type of this?
It's going to be Boolean.
Okay, perfect. Because I said that it can store values of true or false only. So Boolean and contains uh contains hello equals to, or like contains LLO equals to str5 dot contains, and my string which I have to check is LLO, and then I'll print it. I'll say LLO is present. Run the code. It says true. Now let me change it to W. LLOW is present. We see it says false because LLOW is not present, right? So this is how it works. So we finish contains. The next would be equals. Okay. So we have to take two strings here, right? String one, let me speak it, string 1, 6. Suppose this is string 1. I'll say hello world, and I'll take string PR7, and I'll say this to be again hello world. I'll write one more string 8, which will say Java. Now I'll try to compare these strings. So when you compare two different strings, if the value of both the strings equal, if they both have the same values, then your output of equals will be true. And if they have different value, the output of equals will be like false. So similarly, like contains, so it will be like of Boolean type, equals test, and let me check, and the syntax will be str6 dot equals str7 q equals 7. Similarly, I'll do the same for string equal test 6, and I'll compare it with 8. So for one, it should give true, one it should give false. So that's what I'm trying to test and show. Let me print that.
Shri,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you remind us why you're putting F after the equals test?
This one?
Yes.
Oh, this is for false condition. It's the name. I can keep anything. I can also.
Okay, it's just for reference for
Yeah,
yourself.
I can even
Okay.
I can keep anything here. This is just the name. And I'm doing it to show the true value here and the false value here. So you can see string 6 and 7 are equal, are the same.
Mhm.
It will show true here, but 6 and 8
It's
are
not.
different because one is how hello world, one is Java, so it will be false. So just
Lovely.
print them. Okay.
Thank
So
you.
equal test, yeah, and then equal test false. String are same. Let me take this variable and let me do this variable. Okay, perfect. I'll run the code. It says the first one says true, second one says false, which is what we wanted, and it does it. With the help of equals, we can do this. Can someone say me how do we check if two numbers are equal? Or like, yeah, how do we check two numbers are equal? It is from previous class for the reference.
So logic and or using
Logic and is for two expression.
no, two integers.
Yeah, for two integers.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a relational operator equal equal.
Perfect. So it will be like 8 equals 8.
Yes, true.
But this equals won't work for string. That's why we have like a equals function which tells like what happened. I think it took me to the equals function. Yeah, this is the equals function. So it takes like this will be too much for you to understand for now, but let me just close this. So what it does is like when you do this equals, um, it will try to match two objects. So let's not go into that discussion for now. Uh, for now, you can just think of it as when you do this equals, it will see if these two strings are same or not. But if you do double equals, that means like the memory of these two, where these values were stored, are same or not. So let's keep it for like future. Do remind me to explain equals after you learn like objects and everything. Then it will be easy for you to understand like what I mean and why we could not do strings in equals and we needed this feature of equals. Okay. But for integer, double equal works fine.
Why couldn't we use logic here?
Sorry.
Why couldn't we use like the logical like and or those ones?
If you want to do this,
Mhm.
there are two numbers, and if you want to do what do you say, and 8, it won't work, no?
Okay, right. So this
Yeah.
is only for two expressions, I
Yes.
guess.
So if you do like 8 equals to 8,
Mhm.
and you do
Okay, right. You're comparing two. Okay.
yeah 7
Yes.
equals to 7, then this will work. So for this and always you need an expression before and after.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. So we have seen equals and why this is different. For string, you always have to use this equals. Don't use the other equal to. You know what? Let's for fun, let's see what happens with the other one. So I'll take a Boolean variable which we can store equals check, right? And then we can do um, how do we do that? Boolean equals check, but how do I do that Boolean? If I want to do string, I would need one complete. Okay, let me see if this works. String 2 equals to string 7. This I have not explained you yet. I'll explain this in future. If they are true, if they are same, then it will display 0. Sorry, 1 or 0. This is called ternary operator, but let me see if it works. What is the missing? Why is it not working? Equal checks to int.
I think we should not include if here.
Oh, it will directly work, bro.
Yeah,
I forgot the syntax. Haven't used this for a while.
yeah, we should not use the
Okay,
it.
okay. Yeah, now it will work.
Yeah,
Okay, so this is called ternary kind of an operator, which will check your condition. If this condition is true, it will display whatever you write here, and if it is false, it will display whatever you write here. So yeah, you don't have to use if at all. So this is one of the things. So let's check what values we get in the same condition. So equals check and see if it's the same. I'll just I have just read it, never executed. So let's see if it works. Okay, it does say true. Equals check boolean. So if string 6 and 7 are same, then it will display true or false. It does work. I don't know. Never really tried equals before, but it says true, so it works. But in some cases, it does not work. I need to find out.
yeah, I think Java 8 or something. Yeah, that is not supporting. Yeah, after that, now it is started supporting. So it's a version of Java.
Maybe versional change because before
Yeah.
this wasn't working and I had to use equals.
Mhm.
And now it suddenly suddenly started to work. I have no idea how. It
Yeah,
would
yeah.
yeah, but
Because of the version, yeah, newer version, they have introduced all these
okay.
features.
Then it does not have a lot of difference. But earlier, this was not supported. It would return output of this as false because
Yeah.
the the object which is pointing to hello world here is different than
Mhm.
object which is pointing to hello world here. So that's why it will show like a false result. But I think they fixed it. And now it works the same way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For concat also, the plus sign will work.
Oh, it will work now.
Yeah, it will work.
Oh, so all these are new Java features?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we are
I'm
using
not aware of it.
after 17, 18.
Okay.
So it started working. But sometimes when you are using IntelliJ, so it's not supporting some of them.
Oh, okay. Then I was not aware of this. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah,
This
no problem.
good features. Yeah. Earlier I did this never worked for me. I was
Yeah.
when I was learning first time
Mm.
and executing things. I tried to do this equals because this is an easy way to deal with the numbers, and then you would
Mhm.
also feel like it's easy way to deal with string. So I would
Mhm.
equals and it would show me false, but now it does not. So that's nice. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, but we can't say that this will work on all time. So
Uh-huh. That's
yeah,
true.
but yeah,
So
dot equals is the best way.
yeah, because this will treat it as like different objects and then it
Yeah,
has a class return and
yeah,
it will use that class. So this
yeah,
will work
yeah,
always, but
yeah,
yeah, one, I don't know. Maybe with the new release it might work.
yeah.
Okay. So this was equals. Strangely, this works now. And yeah, now we'll go with equal ignore case. So what happens in ignore cases? It will ignore the case sensitivity. So case sensitivity means like if I have hello world with upper case or lower case, it will not care. It will still compare and the output of this will be true if you have equals ignore case. So if I run my code now, where I have changed these two values, like I have changed small o with the capital O. So let's see what happens with equals. With equals, you see it's all false because it's trying to match letter by letter and it all has to be of same type. So if it is capital, it has to be capital in the second string also. But if you use equal ignore case, it does not care about the capitalization. It will work. So let's do the copy and paste. I don't want to write the entire code again. Let's do control and slash. So comment these so that this works and equals ignore case. Okay, equals ignore case. Yeah, let's run them again. Yeah, so see equal ignore case gave true as the result, because even with values being a little bit different, I can change this all to ORL. Because of ignore case, it works. So it means like it's not case sensitive, uh, and it will compare if both means the same. That's it. So this is equals ignore case. Now we'll move to next topic, which is we have finished this. Now it's replace. Okay. Yeah, what if you want to replace some letters in a word um, with some other letter? So, for example, welcome. And if you want to replace all the E's with A's, how would you do it? So similarly, or like if you want to replace like an entire string like Java into Selenium, how would you do it? So that we'll learn now. Let's practice that part. Okay. So just replace. Let's write a string. Let's create two string actually. One is string str9. Welcome to Java world. Since we are replacing some value, the output will again still remain the string. So I'll store it in string 10, and I'll use string 9 dot um, replace and then give what word I want to replace. I want to replace Java, and I want to replace with testing. And then let me also do all the letters. So first it will replace Java with testing, and then it will replace all the, sorry, since it's alphabet or like one character, I'll say E, replace all the E's with A's. Okay. Let's do this. Try to run it. Okay. So I'll replace Java with testing and also replace all the E's with A's. So let's see how it gets executed. So I see my first statement says welcome to testing world instead of welcome to Java world. And second one, all the E's in the all the E's has been replaced with A's in from the first set from the first string. Okay, so now this was replaced. Now the next one is substring. This is very interesting. And we have two more left. That's it. And then we'll go take some break. Which is two uppercase and one more is two lowercase. As the word says, you're converting a string to all uppercase, you're converting the string to all lowercase. Okay, so let's see substring first. So I'll have a string. I'll check str12 equals to let me still take the same and there are two types in this also. Let me start with this one first and then I'll say the other one. And then substring. Okay. So this is one type. So what we are doing here is like if we just give one index, so if we say 3, so what it will do is it will take all the things after the third index. So like index 3 is, so it's 0 is for W, 1 is for E, 2 is for L. So when you say 3, so what it means is like after 3, display everything. So this is one type when you want to display everything after some index value. So when you say 3, substring from 3, and if you don't give an end value, that means it will take everything from 3 until the end. But now what if you want to just display COME or like COME come to Java, right? So now, so in those cases, you have to give the starting of this index, and then you have to also give the ending index. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'll give starting index and ending index, and then try to display the substring. And let's see how it what it gives. Okay. Um. So it has displayed from 3 until so 3. So this is 3, 4, 5, 6. One space is 7. T is 8. O is 9. This space is 10. J is 11. A is 12. B is 13. So 14 is A, but it will display everything before 14, right? It will not display the 14th index. It will display everything before 14. So this is how it, uh, this is how substring works when you say 3 to 14, or like if you don't have the end mentioned, it will display everything, or like it will store everything. But if you have end mentioned, then it will display everything within this index. So it's starting with 3 and ending before this value. It will not take 14th element as consideration. So how do you see it? So imagine there's a substring. So like the starting index will be 0 and 1. So if you want to print only one number, so you have to write it as like 0 and 1. So which means like it will display everything from 0 and before the first element. This is how you have to interpret it. So we are done with substring. Now we'll go with lowercase and uppercase. I'll do that in one shot. I'll root 2 str lower case, then I'm trying to convert str13 into lowercase, and then second will be to uppercase, right? So I don't even need this, to be honest. I just need the same string it can take to uppercase. Perfect. Now let's try to display both. And then this is uppercase. Okay, perfect. So I'll execute it. You can see in lower case, all this were converted into a lowercase, and in uppercase, for uppercase, all the values were converted into uppercase. So these are some string manipulations, which is very much required, and it's better if you know it, or at least have these um, functions handy, because you might need them for coding or while doing any kind of string operation. I'm attaching the code. Oh, this is too long. Yeah, so all these are the Java codes. You can use it. We have finished arrays and everything. Does anyone have any question on arrays or strings or anything related to string?
No.
Perfect. Since you guys said no question, I have a question now. So I have a string variable strexer. I need okay. Okay. I want you to use or display the following results. Trimmed output. Trimmed output to substring you have to display this stream Place for replace all the key with W five names and the strings. Okay, so this is the exercise questions. Shouldn't take long. I want you all to practice this one. And then we'll take 5 minutes break or 10 minutes. I don't think this string is like very difficult. So you can also do this exercise later on. Or, we can take a break because this topic is really easy. You can try it on your own at your own time. But let's take 10 minutes break, fresh up our mind, and then we will meet again by like 1:10. And then we'll go over the next topic. Yeah, this
Shri,
yeah.
are you going to give the code for the string?
Sorry, what am I going to do?
Are you sharing the string code
Yeah, I've already done that. You can find it in the chat.
chat?
Yeah, chat
Okay.
has it, and also at the end of the class, I'll be sharing all the files which we have created it today.
Okay,
So you
thank
can
you.
use it from there also if required.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, but I have shared it here. So if you see, all the string parts are here, but it's divided into multiple
Yes, thank you.
sections. Yeah, you can check that. So let's take 10 minutes break. We'll meet again at 1:10. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I hope we have everyone now. Okay. So the next session, I mean, like the next topics which we are going to discuss would be on classes and objects, Java methods, and then we'll see some Java constructor. We'll start with class and object. Okay. So we have already covered the topic of class. In a way, we know how to create a class, which is you go to your Eclipse, you can create a class, you can go to new, you can create class. It will ask you for a class name, you'll provide a class name. So for this exercise, let's use employee as class name. Let's add a main to it. Okay. So now we say Java is very so Java is object oriented programming language. Class and then we have objects. So what happens in class? So given any class, you would have classes has like 3 parts in it. The first part would be where you will have variables at initial value. So you can also call it as like variables or initial state. Variables at initial state. Then you have methods, and methods will be used to manipulate the state of the variables. So any given class you'll have you can or you cannot, but you will have some variables at the beginning. So for our examples, we can see that we have worked on um, various examples, and in all we started with some variables. So any class will have a variable, and then right now we were all doing the assignment of those variables inside the main method. But in generic, or like in a general scenario, you would have all your variables before the method. So methods, main method is different, but there are other methods which you will be raising. So main method is like a static method which has to be present. Your compiler would start executing the code from here. So that's main method. But imagine if there's no main method. I mean, like you have class which does not have main method. Uh, we'll be seeing those cases now, but just think of it as like this is not main, this is something else. Or let me create one rather than imagination. Okay, I'll create one more employee class. New class employee. I'll not add anything to it. Let's see. Oh, employee is already there. Okay. So I've added in class called employee. I'll add some variables to it. So int employee ID, I'll add like string employee name. I'll add one more string, or let me add a float type variable called salary, and then string job. So what happens in this case is I have class which has all these variables, and these are like the initial value of all these variables. Okay. I mean, like we have not initiated with anything, so it will have all default values, but these are the variables of this class. And then you will have some methods. So let me write some methods. So I'll explain of what void is, but for now, let me write one method called void display. It's one of my methods, and it will display, let's display all the value system dot out dot print ln, and I'll display EID. Similarly, I'll display. Let me write this code and then you will understand, or like I'll be able to explain what is class, what are objects, what are methods, everything. So I have this class and then I have all these variables in it. I have some methods. Let me write one more method. So bonus, and let bonus print dot out dot print take the salary multiplied by 10 and display that. Okay. So I have this one class which has different types of variable. So we have kind of seen everything, like what if we have seen things like we have arrays. Arrays can store single values, as in I'm explaining this part to explain objects. So array stores single data type values, right? So if you have integer, all the elements will be integer. If you have um, string, all the array elements will be of type string. If you have float, all will be of type float. But now what if you want to have different different uh different instance? I mean, like, not different instance, but what if you want imagine an employee, right? We have created an employee table. So imagine there's an employee. So employee could have name, could have ID, there will be a job type, and then there will be salary. So all these are like different types of variables. So name is like string, ID is of number, job is of string, salary is of floating type of number, or even double, depends. So all these are like different variables. And now if you want to identify one person, you need to have all these information, right? So how do we do that? So for that, object came into picture, or like object. So what you do is, what you will create a class, right? You will try to create a class which will have all these employees or employee information. So we have created one class called employee1, and we have provided all this information. So the employee could have employee ID, could have name, could have salary, could have job. All these are the different uh, variables which defines an employee. Okay, and there are methods. What these methods will do? These methods will do some operations on these uh, variables. So like integer. So I can display the value of my for this method. I'm trying to display the values of employee ID, employee name, salary, and job. So all this will be displayed. So this method has one job to do, which is to display everything. And then there's one more method called bonus. Now, what this method will do, it will display the salary into 10 times. So this is one method. So what we are trying to do is like, either right now we are just displaying, but what if I want to even change these values? I can change it in my methods. So class is defining uh, or like uh, how can we explain the class? So class is the blueprint or template of creating an object, and it defines all the attributes, and also, so all these are the attributes and the behavior. So these are the behavior that the objects will have. So the attribute and the behavior of what the object will have. So that's class. Um, Now let's see. Let's create an object. So I have created a class and some methods. Now I'll try to create one object uh, of this class, right? So I will try to create an object of this class and try to do some operations. So I'll go to this one and let's try to create an object of this class. So let's see how to do that. So first I will do, so I'll take, I have this class employee1, which is this one. I'll create an object. So this is the object which I'm trying to create. And then I'll assign, so with the help of this, I've created an object called employee1, right? So what will this do? So what I've done here is like, first I've created a class called employee1. I gave uh, some variables, or like, oh yeah, some variables and some methods to it. Now I want to create a object, or like a value, or imagine I want to give values to all these variables, right? So employee ID, I have 5 employees in my hand, and I have information of 5 of the employees, like employee ID, name, salary, and job. Now I want to first initiate this, or like first find um, the blueprint, or what do we say, or even first I want to define an employee. So I'm defining that employee through this. This is a syntax to define an employee, which is like create an object of this class. So we have defined a class with all these parameters. Now we are trying to use these parameters. So to do that, we are creating an object called emp1. So this is one object of that class. So now let's see how to do some operations with it. So I have one employee, one object of employee class. Let me try to access. So see, if I do emp1 dot, I will see all the fields because I've initiated, or like I've created instance of the class. So now I can access all its attributes. So it has EID. So I can name it. I can name it like, let me name it Shrikant. I can, no, EIDs, sorry, it has to be number. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is my employee ID, EMP1, and then I have E name. So I'll write it as Shrikant. And then I have emp1 dot salary. I write like 10,000. And I'll write one more, employee dot job, and I'll say Constructor. Right. So all these are my salaries should not be in salaries integer type, floating type of thing. 0.00 x. Okay, so I created one employee object of this class, and then I have given all this information. So I'm telling, okay, so now we have an object and I want to pass values to this object. So I'm passing values here. Okay. After this, I can choose to use all these methods. So let me use one of the method. Now I have given all these values and I will try to display. So I'll do emp1 dot display. And then I'll also do emp1 dot bonus. We'll shortly see what happens, or like how these things work. So now I'll execute it. Well, so what we have done, first we created a class and gave a blueprint to the class saying that, okay, I'm creating an employee class. It will have values like employee ID, name, salary, and job. And it will do some functions like it will display employee ID, name, salary, and job. And it will also display a bonus, which is it will multiply the salary of employee into 10 times and it will show. So all these are like different things of this class. Now what I'm trying to do is I want to use that class or create one employee. So how would I create one employee? So first you have to create an object of that class. So to create an object, this is the syntax which you have to use. So you have to use the class name, so which is employee1. So employee1 was the class name. Then I created an object. Object name I can give whatever I want to. So I've given that emp1. And then this new is again a keyword. And then I'll be calling the class name. Right now, we are not passing any parameters, so these brackets are like empty and you're just calling it. So this this sentence or like this statement here would create an object of class. So what happens when you say create an object? So let me open my pane. Okay, let's maximize it and try to see. So we have a class first. CLASS class. Class has EMP ID, EMP name, salary. Okay. So now I've created one object called EMP1. So when I created this, it means that in my hard drive, they will create a space with all this EMP1 dot EMID. So it created a variable and then this. So all this EMP1 will be, or like anything which is related to EMP1 will be stored in this place. Now, if I want to add one more employee to my class, so I can add one more employee. If I do that, again, I will have one more area which is assigned in my hard drive and it will say object 2. So this is my object 1. This is my object 2. And again, when I do this, it will have EMP2 dot employee ID. Again, it will have its own employee ID. It will have its own employee's name and so on. Let's see how to do this second part and then we'll come back to the explanation. Then it will all start to make sense. Yes, it can be created in the first one also, but I'll get back to that question again. Let me finish my little bit of explanation here. So I have created the first object. I have provided few information to the first object. Similarly, I can create one more object. I can create as many objects as I want to, right? So I'll create one more and name it like 2. So let me create one more employee and I'll say it employee 2. So again, my object names has to be different because I've created employee 1 already. So I am creating employee 2 now. The structure of employee 2 will also be the same as employee 1. So it will have same features as employee 1, but IDs will change. So let me change it to 5. Let me write Cheryl here and salary. Let me say 44 and say student. Okay. So what I have done here is, oh, so I have to first fix this. All this will be employee 2 related thing. So I have to change this. So now I'm creating one more object called employee 2 and then assigning values to that object. So that's done. And then I can display everything of that object. Employee 2 dot display employee 2 dot bonus. Okay, so now when I try to execute this, let's see what happens. What happened to my console? Okay. Okay, so we are kind of trying to, we have created 2 objects of this class and then passed a value to those objects. And then there were some methods, we executed those methods. And this is the syntax of executing the method. So this is the first one and this is the second one. When I executed it, my mains, my compiler came to this one and then it saw the main thing. It started its execution. The first statement is choice like create an object first, right? So creating an object of employee 1 type. Okay, perfect. Then what it did is it would go to the employee thing. It will see, okay, the object is of employee types. So what all can it have? Then it will create all this into an object. So The first step it would do is like it will, if I go to my pane, it will create this. Let me do a new file. So the first step it will do is like it will create one box. It will call it as EMP1, and then it will have all this EID, ENAME, and then salary, and then job, SAL, and then job. So it will have all this assigned to this object, right? It will have all this. Then the second statement, it would go and execute this. It will see, okay, now I'm defining or assigning values to this employee one objects. So earlier, so when it comes to this statement, it will add a value. So now let me add a value. So it came to this one, and now it's like, okay, employee one dot EID. So it will create one and then assign value. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Similarly, it will go to ename and then write Shrikant. So similarly, salary. Similarly, job, instructor. So it will do this, right? And let me take this away from here or comment it. We don't need this for now. Then it would come to this statement. It will see, okay, again for class one or class employee one, it's asking to create one more object called employee two. So what my compiler will do, it will create one space again, same type as this. It will call EID, it will have ename, it will have salary, and it will have job. And the name it will give to this is EMP2. So if you want to access, and then we will assign values to this 1, 2, 3, 5, and then Cheryl, and then we'll have 1044, and then we have student. This is employee 2. So now let me do control K. If I want to display or do any operations on employee 1, so on Shrikant's object, so what I would do is I need to use EMP1 all the time. So imagine that I want to change my my employee ID from 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to change it to 1, 3, 4, or like this one. So in order, if I do this, it will go. How would the compiler know that it has to change the employee ID of Shrikant, because it says the object here is EMP1. So EMP1 will always be mine. So if I want to update ID of Cheryl here, like, or object 2 here, what I would do is, or what I would need is, I would need employee 2 and then ID, and then I can change for ID as well. So this is how object works. So in class, you will define the parameters. You will have some operations to do, but in object, or like while creating an object of class, you will use this syntax to create an object of the class. When you say create an object, your compiler will go ahead and create an object with all the variables which you have mentioned in your class, and then you can assign the values however you feel like, but always use the object as an reference, and then assign the values. So all this part is just for initializing or assigning an object with some values. Now your class can also have um, some methods in it. Methods, what does method do? Method will try to manipulate these values, assign these values. It can do whatever you feel like, or like it can do whatever you want this method to do. So we have one method which says display. So what display is doing, it is just displaying the employee name, I mean ID, name, salary, and job. So when you call this method, right, it would execute all these statements under it, or like inside this method. So I have my main class from where I'm going to call this method. So I'm going to call this method emp1.display and emp1.bonus, right? So let's see how it works. So I'll call it. So I can see that it says in when the compiler came to this line emp1.display, it went back to this class and it executed all these four things. So in these four things, it's displaying my ID, my name, my salary, my job. So these are the four things it will display. But since I'm calling emp1.bonus as well in the next line, it will go back to this one and it will display EMP1, which is like Shrikant's salary also. So these are like, this is one of the ways how you can create a class, create an object, and then call those objects, and it will perform a call. Sorry, the first thing you can do is like you can initiate with the value, and then second would be to call those methods which are present there. Yes, so all these are like the different methods like replace, substring, and even if you see when you try to create an integer array, you would you use this. So what you're doing is there's someone um, who has created this code, and you say like, okay, with values 10. So you're kind of creating an array of integer type. So your array becomes an object. And to reference this object, you always need array. Like this array would be, and then you can perform whatever operations you need. So this is how we see it. So this is how you create an object and also work with an object. So similarly, I have created mine, then I have created one more object called Cheryl. Again, if I want to update anything from Cheryl's object, I have to always use the reference as emp2, but and for Shrikant, I have to always use the reference as emp1. That way, your compiler will know, okay, which instance of the class to take. So when you do this part, you're just creating an instance of, so creating an instance of the class, right? You're not going and writing these values here. You're just creating one object in your memory, and then when you perform some operations like assigning a value, it would go and assign values into the memory. It will not do anything with your class. Your class will remain the same. Okay. So this is what class is, and this is what objects are. Now we will be learning more on uh, or like we'll be learning in details on different ways of writing a class, passing values into the class, or methods and things like that. But I want everyone to at least understand the base of what object is, and uh, the why do we need objects. Like I want every one of us to understand that part. If that is clear, then we can move ahead with the next topics. I'll be giving some definitions or like bookish definition of what a class is, what an object is, the purpose, and things like that. So let me know if there's any question, or else I'll go ahead. I think Cheryl did have one question. Can the object and instance be created inside class, or it can be created in a new class? It can be created in the same class also. There's no problem. I'll show it in some time that you can have everything in one class. You don't need new main for it. Okay. Any any questions so far? Okay. Perfect. So let's see some more examples on. Okay. Now let's see. Can everyone try this? I want everyone to try this part. I want you all to first create a class with all these IDs and two methods, and these are called methods. So please create one class, have some variables in it, and then create two methods. I'll copy paste the code so that it's easy. Once this is done, and yeah, you can note that your class does not have main method here, which is fine. All your class does not need to have main method. Only your the class from where you're going to execute the program that needs to have the main method. All the class does not need to have main method. So all this while when we were executing code, it all had main method in the same in all its class. But from now onwards, we will have classes written in one file, and uh, our main method or like from the main program from where we are going to call these methods will be in a different file. So once you're done creating this class, let me know. I'll move to the next one. To create a class called employee1 and paste all the things which I've just sent you. Let me know once that is done.
Shrikant, I have one question.
Yeah.
So, when we're creating the method like display and bonus, you used void.
Yeah.
So, is that what we have to use to create it?
This void means this for time being, I would say just write void. I will explain on what. So this is nothing but the return type. When you say void, it means that the method does not have any return type. So you're calling this method from here, right? So this is when you write this sentence, employee1.display, what your compiler will do, it will minimize this file, it will open the other file, and it will go to this place. Then here it will see return. So that means when it says the return is void, it means that don't send back anything to this code, to your main code. You know what? Whatever we are doing in this method will not have anything to be sent back to your main code. But there will be times when you will be sending values back to the main code. So that time you will have like integer, double, string, whatever. But right now it's void just because it's not sending back anything to the main code. So you can think it that way. But we will be, in future we'll be covering those topics as well, and then see uh, what all can you write here instead of void.
Okay.
Okay. So let me know once this part is written. Then we'll move to the second. This class and objects are very important. If you understand this part, half of Java will be easy. If you have any questions right now, please do ask. I'll clarify it. Is it done? Did we all create one class with this value?
Yeah. Do we need to write on the previous one as well? The
Oh, yeah, I'll be sharing that code.
Yeah.
So, but I want everyone to finish with the class first. Okay.
Okay. This is done.
This is done. Okay, then we will create a new class and we will call it as employee. we will have a main method in it. Okay. We'll have a main method in it. And inside the main method, we will paste this code which I'm sending you now. Let me know if both the classes are done.
Shri, can I share my screen? Where should I change employee name, like on the math class here? If you can see my screen.
Can you please share now?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the screen to come up.
Yeah. Can you see?
So you have two class, so one is method. Oh, so you have the first one, you named it as method?
Yeah. So I just rename from here.
No, I mean, like, even if you don't rename, it's fine. You can change this to method. Instead of
Method.
employee one, make it method, yes.
Okay.
Method. And then also the next one, try to change it to method. Yeah.
How you do it like here? Like you just select it, like it's just
Yeah.
paste.
Double click and then paste. So double click on the word and then paste it. Yeah.
Okay.
You can do down also. Yes. Double click paste. Double click paste.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Still have a lot of where's your method? Can you go to your method? You have oh, you have main here. So you have to remove the main from here. I told you the first one does not need the main. Yes. You have to delete the this complete line. Yes. And then you have to remove one of the curly brackets which is open. Yes. Perfect. I think now it should be fine. Just save it and execute your code.
oh,
Okay. And okay, there's some problem again. Can you cancel this? What is the problem? Okay, it's fine. Yeah. Can you execute the code now?
method 0 or like the method this one, right?
Okay. So this question you have to ask, you have to first tell me like why, how would you execute this method? Can you execute this method?
No, I have to first do this one, then the other one.
Yeah, but again, the first one, so in any case, you should always execute the one which has main in it. The second you cannot execute. I mean,
Okay.
that only your the compiler will execute. So when you launch it, you will see, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So why this second one was, I mean, why the second one you're not executing? Because you're calling this method. So
Yeah.
imagine method as a
Yes.
library. You were talking about scanner, remember? So scanner was nothing but a library which was already written. So what if you want to use scanner, what would you do? You would, instead of method, you were writing like scanner, and then you were
Yeah.
giving some name, and then you were writing new, and then you were giving some, you were writing scanner, right? So
Yeah. Okay. But like in the scanner, you say like scanner and then again the scanner, that has to be scanner again. So, or
yeah,
it can be.
no, the small scanner, I mean, you can write it even monal there, does not matter. The first one is important. Second one
Yeah.
is just the name. So similarly, if you go to method zero,
Yeah.
method zero. Here employee one, EMP1 can be like in the first area method, and then EMP1 can be anything. Like you can name it Shrikant also directly.
Okay.
So this
Good.
is just the variable name or object name which you're giving. You can change it.
Yeah, that's why it was confusing for me. Like, I have done the previous course, and there also we used to do just the same. Like the scanner is there, then we always said
Oh,
scanner. So I was always like, okay, it has to be like that, or I can change the variable like the
yeah,
name again.
you can change the variable name. I mean,
So
scanner
then when yeah,
is
when we close it, and
Mhm.
then sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, they keep it as scanner because it's easy to remember that it's from
Mhm.
scanner. It's not from anywhere else. But again,
Yeah. Yeah, what happened with me was when I was closing like at the end, like scanner close. So I put like S capital. So it was scanning like the library. So it was giving me error. So I was not able to understand. Then I figured like okay, small case. It's
oh,
a very
because
yeah.
it's just the name. Okay,
Yes.
perfect. But now
Yeah.
you are
Thank you.
understanding like how this is, I
Yes.
mean, like why you have a main class and
Yeah.
then you have the different class. So it's similar to that. So you're creating an object of the class and kind of running it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay. Thank
Perfect.
you.
No worries. Uh, mm, so how about Tommy, Addy, Selim? Did you guys or Cheryl, did you guys finish it?
Shrikant, I did copy the code that you sent,
Okay.
but I'm getting some errors like how Monal was getting.
Can you
So
show
can
me,
you help me? Yeah.
please? That I will know.
So
Okay, so you have created one employee. So you have written.
okay, I wanted to change it to student.
The only
Okay.
problem here is like we are all used to having the main class. Can you
Mhm.
go to employee one? This main class, there should be only one main class. There should not be two main class. And methods. So you see public static void main.
Mhm.
Yeah, this should not be here. So either comment it or delete it.
Okay.
Yeah, because there should be only one. So right now, if you do this,
Mhm.
your compiler gets confused. Like where should I, start my code from? So it is seeing an employee one class and uh, the employee.java class now, and both has main, so it's confused. So that's why it throws error. So if you save it, Control
Mhm.
S, save it, and save both the files.
Control S. Okay.
Control S, save,
Mhm.
and you go to this one, Control S, save, yeah, and execute this part.
Okay.
Perfect. So since you have given only like two elements, you didn't give the others. So it displayed only two and rest are all blank or with an initial value.
Mhm.
If you want to display the second part of it, you have to go down and the last two sentence which are commented, uncommented. Yes. Uh, and then you changed it to student two. So change it back.
All right. I'll
And
just do
then
this.
it will work. Perfect. Okay. So now you understand, now I think you understand what is like object. When you have class, you're creating an object of it and executing it.
Mhm.
Perfect. Okay. Uh, Coming back to Tommy or Salim or Addy, I need to know something from you guys also. Okay, that's fine. No worries, Tommy. Then you can refer later. How about Addy and Salim?
Oh yes, I've it works on my own end.
It works, right? Okay, perfect. Then I'll go ahead with the topic. I hope everyone is understanding and following. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Now we will dive deep into it. Let's create one more class. And then okay. So I'm creating one more class to and this will kind of answer Cheryl's question that can we have class and object in the same file, right? So let's do that. So I have a class.
Shri,
Oh, sure, we can't see your
can't see
screen.
your screen.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to share it. Where is it? Okay, I've sent. Perfect. Oh, now you can see my screen, right? I hope yes.
Yes.
Okay. So now, yeah, so what I did is I just created one class and I have added main method to it. Okay. Now we are trying to answer Cheryl's question, which is can we have object of the same class? So for that one. So yes, we can. Let me create one ID and give some value to it, maybe 101. And let me create a name and of string and name it as return. Okay, so now I have a class. Okay, and class has some variables in it. Correct? No questions until this point. Now what I want to do is create an object of the same class, so like this class. So when I do this, student one equals to new of student one. Oh, sorry, new of this one. Okay. So what I did here is I created an object called student1 of main class object. So when it comes to main class object, first thing it will do is it will see what are the variables it has. So it has like ID and it has name. So as soon as it sees this, it will go to the memory. It will create one box, call it student1, and it will have two values, ID and name. Student1. So it will do this. So every time whenever we are creating any object, have in mind that compiler will go and create these things. So keep that in mind for sure. So it will create the student, and then it has two fields. And since we are initializing with the value, name as ID as 00101 and name as Shrikant, this will have a value. So ID will be 101 or whatever it was. Yeah, 101, and name will be Shrikant. Since it is already initialized, so then this will also be initialized, right? If there was no value, it was empty. And then we pass the values or set the values. But if it is already initialized, it will have these values. Okay. Now let's try to print it out. So I want to print it out system dot out dot print ln value of ID. Again, to display any ID, I have to make sure that I refer to that one. So student1 dot ID. And if I want to display the name, I have to first mention the object and then I have to mention the field name. So that way it will know it has to go and do that. Perfect. I will do this and I will run it. So see, it displayed. So I have the class here. I have uh, the variables here. I have main also inside this class. It's creating an object of the same class and then it's displaying some values too.
Got it.
Problem understanding this part?
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Got it. I could see how, yeah, you have used the same main and the object within the same class. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So this is one way of doing it. The second way is, but we, uh, up until today, we have hardly used this strategy. This is like not used because your class will be something like this one, which will have the blueprint, and you will be calling it through another place, which will be your main class, and then you will work on it this with this strategy. So this is good to know basis, but you will never be using this. I mean, like in
Okay.
general scenario, you would hardly use it.
Because we mostly want to call and use what has already been made, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, that's the strategy which we have to follow.
Okay.
Even the note says in real-time development, we create class and use it from another class, and it's a better approach that way. Okay, so we have covered this topic as well. Perfect. Should we do a small exercise first or move on? Let's do a small exercise before we move on so that I know if everyone are on same page of understanding as me. Objects. Okay. Write a class to store information at a class to store the name of the shop, name of the owner, contact number, and final would be address. Create external object. Create two objects. It is display the of all the attributes of the. Okay, so I want you to create a class where you would um where you would have attributes like bakery shop names, owner, name of the owner, contact number, and address. So you can take any values you feel like or any attribute names you feel like, but it should have all these four attributes. And then you have to create object of this class and store at least, or like create two object of this class and have like two default, or like you can choose whatever bakery names you would like and shop names and owner and address and print them. You need to have two class similar to what we have done now, but I want you to work on this. Can I use method inside void update ID? Now I should replace SID with SID dot replace 1 comma 2. You can do with okay, so this your replace SID is integer, so you have to do with string. But even to work with string, you can you can do with strings whatever you feel like. But I want to understand where you would want to write this or void update ID. So you're trying to update an ID, some.id SID, and then replace 1 comma 2. Yeah. If it is string SID, if it's string, then this would work. But if SID is integer, it would not work. Let me know once this code is done. Then we'll move on to the next topic. Are we done? Mhm. Let me know if this is done. Then we'll go for a break, lunch break, and then we'll catch up again. Okay, nice, Priya. We'll give 2 more minutes and then we'll check. By now, everyone should be done. It's easy stuff. Perfect. Here, can you share your code, please?
Sure, I will share this code.
Okay.
Yeah, since you are sharing, I couldn't.
Okay.
Hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, I can.
So,
Um,
bakery details is the class where we have stored the attribute, and this is the method to display.
Voice contact number is string.
Yeah, I have used long.
Ah.
First I used int and long, then I used long. Then when I go beyond some numbers, so it started seeing some
Okay.
error.
Long should show
So I
10.
have changed
Let me check. Okay.
long.
Yeah, should
Yeah,
allow. Can you try now?
I have used long.
Okay.
So we can see it.
It says error.
Yeah, it's going beyond the limit.
Can you remove the double quotes?
Even if I remove.
Maybe
A little
the
out of range.
range is out of range. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Case, yeah, then you might not be able to use it. Okay. Then
yeah,
should
that's
be good for now.
yeah. That's why I have changed this one to string.
Okay. There's one more variable.
Yeah.
I need to first research more on it because I've studied it long ago. I need to refresh first.
I
Let
think
there's a
some-
num or something like static big number or something. So I've to refresh or recollect those points and then I'll let you know.
Yeah, sure.
For the class, like since this number is too big for an integer
Yeah.
type of data type to handle,
Yeah.
we are kind of changing it into a string variable for now and displaying it. Uh, I need to research on like what are the other ways we can do this. There's a long
I think some other data type is also there from int long and one more is also there.
int long short white. There's one more big something, but I need to figure out
Yeah.
which.
Yeah. So for time being,
Yeah, for time being, this is fine.
I'll store it as a string and going. So here I have created an object, bakery one, and I have called that I have given the value for the variable name of the shop that is from the other class,
Yeah, perfect.
bakery one.
Oh, so you're assigning all the values and then you're displaying them.
Displaying that, yeah.
Yeah, similarly, you have created a second object, you're assigning values and displaying them. Perfect.
Great.
Okay, yeah, and that's perfect. This is what I was looking for. Can you please share your code to the group chat?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Both
I'll
the
share that.
yeah. I hope everyone understood the assignment and everything. It's really easy. The only thing which we all need to know is like create an object and use an object. So we will not be putting everything inside one main class. We will be splitting it out. We will be splitting it in such a way that a class will have an initialization, then it will have methods to do the operation, and the main method would just be there to create an object, call an object. That's it. So that should be our motive at the end of the day. Okay, Priya, you can stop sharing now.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Let's take a 30 minutes break and then we'll all meet up again. We still have to finish few things in this topic, but it's getting late, so we'll eat first and then we'll come back. We have to finish classes and objects. There's different ways to call an object, so we'll be covering that after our lunch break. And if we still have time, then we'll go over overloading this keyword and static keyword. So we'll try to finish until that part, and then the rest we will keep it for next session. Okay, so I'll see you all at 3 p.m. if that's fine.
Yeah, sure.
At 3 p.m. Okay. Okay. So you have created exercise, method and class, exercise method. So you're trying to create object of the same class. You have to create object of the other one. So where is the other class? The one in which you're creating the class. Okay. So you have to use this name, exercise class and method. So copy the name from here. Yes, this one.
Sorry, sure. Have you started the recording?
Sorry?
The recording.
Oh yeah. I mean, it can record, no worries. This people can face while doing practicing, so I'm recording it for that purpose. Okay, now you can paste it here. Yes.
This one?
Yep.
Oh, the class and method. Okay.
Yeah. And then place it everywhere. Replace it everywhere. Yes. So what you were trying to do before is create the object of the same class what you're seeing here in this screen. But you have to always create an object of the class which is in other file. So now all the errors will go. If you save it and execute, it will run. Yes, run the main file. Oh, hold on. Now there is some other error in the other file. The error is 161 bake shop 1. So what is the error now? Oh. Okay, can you go to where the change is not saved?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Can you go? This one looks fine. No problem. Exercise class. Okay, let's see what is the SH name. Can you see the name of yeah, SH name? Big shop 1. Everything is fine. What is the error? Or cannot be resolved to a type. Okay, can you go to your previous file and show me your SH name is also fine. Exercise method is fine. String SH name. Okay. Go back to the previous one. Big shop 1. Your SH name is big. Can't find it. Okay, your previous file still has some error. I want to understand what is that error.
This
Yeah.
one?
Yes. Let me see what is the error.
Trying to end. That's okay.
Yeah, it's okay because you're not assigning. Can you save the other file first?
Say, yeah, can you save it?
Yes, just
This
save
one?
the other.
Yeah. This
Okay,
one is
one.
saved.
Yes, that
Yeah.
one. Save this file. Okay, now.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Just saving
Okay.
first. Perfect. Yeah, now you can execute this. Your class names are very same, so it's very difficult to move along. Okay.
That's why I was not like, maybe what's wrong with the thing.
Yes. Okay, perfect. I mean, now it's fine.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Can you stop sharing the screen? Then I'll share mine.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, okay. So now, so we have already seen what is class, what is class, what is object, how to create an object of a class. Okay, so next we'll be seeing how to initialize the object variables in Java. So you have seen objects, we have created objects. Why is the screen here? Okay, we have already created objects, but now we will see what are the different ways to initialize this object. So how and what are the ways in which you can initialize these things. Right now, this has no values. You can pass values from your object from where you're calling or things like that. So let's see them all one by one. So the first one we have already seen, which is, let me go back to the first code which I was explaining, where you have employees and everything written, and you call it from here. Okay, so this is one type where you're referencing or like initialization towards reference variable. So you have one class with all the variables created. So here you're creating the variable, right? So we have a class with all the variables created. You initiate an object or like you create an object of that class, and then you give the value through your main function. So this is one way of initializing a variable. So earlier these variables had like default values or like null values, and at this point you have initialized with a variable or with a value. So this is one way where your class will have nothing and your object from where you're calling this class will have all the values assigned to it. And this is called, right? So now we are referring to topic initialization of object variables, right? The first method is by reference variable, correct? So how do we do this? It's very easy. So you have class with just variables, and then you have object, create an object and assign values from object. So this is possible, and the example is here, where your main class is this. And you're creating one class to perform operation. Let me just give this. Right. So this is one way of initializing a variable from an object. The second way initialization through method. Let's see this one. This one we have not seen yet. So what happens in this one is we will have a method to initialize an object. So let's do it. So let's create one similar employee or let's create a student this time, student table. So you can all create with me. I'll create one student class, right? Without main. So I'll just create a student class. And in student class, I will say what all do I'll have an integer with ID. I'll have string with name. And then I'll have string course. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to initiate all these values through a method. So I'll say initiate values. Okay. So to initiate values, I would be expecting few records. So the records could be ID. So I'll say S ID, and then I'll also need string. I'll explain all these parameters and everything. For now, just bear with me. Student name, and third one is again string student. Oops. Okay. So these three are the value, and when it comes here, I'll say okay. ID is SID. I'll say name is S name, and I'll say course is H course. First, I'll create one display method again, just to display. Okay. Let's display ID and course. So I'm displaying ID and displaying. Perfect. So I have created an object. I'm saying what all I have to display. I have initiated it here. So now we'll see how we are going to initiate or how we use this method to initialize all these variables with a value. I'll create one more class. Say object method I'll just keep it initialized. I'll create a main method here. So now, what is the first step? How do I create an object of this student? Can someone tell me? So this is my main class. I want to create an object. How will I create it? What is the syntax?
Object method. Sorry, I'm just okay. Object method any.
If I do object method ini, it will create object of this class. No, I don't want object of
Oh,
this.
right. Okay. The student.
Okay. So student,
One.
I can name it as S1 for now. That's fine.
New student.
What can I pass?
New student.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I have created a student object S1, right? Let me create one more just for it. I mean, it helps in understanding few things. So I've created two objects of student types. So I hope at this point, two objects are created. Now I want to initialize them with initial values, right? So I want to put ID, name, and course. Okay, so we have a method, which is this method, right? In this student, we have a method which accepts three input values, right? Which is ID of integer types, name of string, and again, course of string type. So if you want to call this method, how would you call it? So let me show you that syntax. So we know that S1 is object which is created. Okay. As soon as you write S1 and then type dot, it will give you the list of things which it can do. But the method which we want is initiate value. So I can double click it. So once I double click, it will show me what its variables are or like what is it expecting for. So it gave me a default value of 0, null, null, which means 0 is like number. So it's expecting for an ID, I can add, and then it's expecting for string value because it says null. So I can give my name here, Shrikant. And then it's expecting for one more value, which is course. So I'll say computer science, right? So all these are the values which it will pass to my student class and method this one. So what happens at this point is our or like our main class will will say, okay, I want to I've already created an object called S1. Now I want to initiate it with a value. ID is 1, name is Shrikant, and this one. So how did I mean we designed this. You can ask this question also like why are we writing here 1, here Shrikant, and here computer science? Because we have defined it in our method. We have defined a method called initiate values, and we are saying it like the first variable what we will send is ID, second variable is the name, third variable is course, and the type of the variable. So you have already defined it. So you have to follow this format, like whatever you are defining here, and send values according to that. So once you are sending the value, it will your compiler will come to this place. It will pass the values here. So SID, whatever values you send. So I've sent it as 1. So it will come here in ID. It will store the value of 1. Similarly, it will go down in name. It will store the value as Shrikant. And then in course, it will save the value as store the value as computer science. Perfect. So this is what it will do when your compiler encounters this value. Okay. Now at the end we want to display, right? So I'll display. So when it comes to this part, it will again go back to students, and then it will see we are saying that go back to student object and go back and display it. So whatever you see in display, display it. So I'll go back to the student file. I'll come here. I'll see the display method and I will execute whatever it says in display. So I see name, ID, and course. So I'll display all these things. Let's see how it works. So I'll go and I'll run it. So see, it has displayed the name is Shrikant, ID is 1, course is computer science. Correct? So this is one way where you are initializing the value by passing it through a method, right? So method you should have written this method before. If you don't write this method, it will not even know what to do. So like if I imagine if I comment it out and if I'm trying to call it, see it will throw an error. It will say that create the method. There is no method. You have to go back and create it. Okay. So now let me create one more. I've already created one more object called S2. I'll initiate S2 also. If I can send S2 with the value, I can send 2. I can send add. I can send automation, right? And I'll display the 2. So it will do the same thing. It has created an object. It will come to this place. It will initiate the object S2 values with all these values, and then it will display. So now if I run it, I'll see first it will display my things, and then it will display addition. So something like this. So this is one more way of initializing an object, or initializing object variables with the help of method. Any questions in this one? All good. Oh, nice. No problem. Can we all practice this in 2 minutes? I want you all to execute this code. To create your first class student, have things written for them. I'll give this part of the board. So this is first class called student, and then this is second class for object method initializer. Let me know once it's done. We'll move on. Perfect. Okay, so this is second type of initialization. Now third thing is called constructor. Perfect. Constructor is very important topic. So let's all focus. Perfect. It's done. Okay. Let's go ahead with initialization. Okay, so constructor. We have seen two methods. Now this is third method. Initialization to constructor. I'll type my first class constructor. Right, I'm just creating one more class called constructor student. Okay. So every time I'm creating a class, first I need to do initialization. So I'm saying, okay, I have three variables, ID, name, and course. And then I will say, okay, so now concept of constructor comes into place. So what happens in constructor? So in constructor, you will have a method, but the name of the method will be exactly same as your class name. Okay, so that's why it's called constructor. So now you will see what is the difference. I'll pass some values here. So I'll say int of SID and then name, sorry, string S name and string S course. But and then I can assign the values. ID equals to S ID S sorry, name equals to S name and finally course course equals to S. And then I will display the same things. You'll be like, we whatever we saw before, and this one, the only difference is for any given constructor, the name of constructor should be same as your class name. And the way you call the construct or like the way you create an object now will have little bit of change. So let's see what the change is. So I'll create a new class. I call it no, I'll not call it constructor. So I'll call initial constructor. Okay, so I'm calling something finished. So I've created a new class with the main. So in main, I'll tell, okay, first thing you have to do is constructor. First thing which we always have to do is create an object. So create one object, new, okay. And if you want to initialize this constructor with a value, since you have a method name similar to your class name, now you can pass these values while creating the object. So I can directly pass one, then I can say Shrikant, and then I say automation. But since they are string, I have to mention it in double quotes. Okay. What is the problem? Did I pass something incorrect? Okay, let me check. So I have constructor student. Method has constructor name is correct. Why is this causing issues? Constructor. Is saying this is undefined. But why is this undefined? Int is correct, string is correct. Did I miss something? I think there's some problem here. I don't know what it is. Remove arguments to catch to match constructor. Initialization through constructors. I have mentioned everything. IDs and everything is fine. Oh, for constructor, I don't have to use the void. That is the only problem. Okay. Without work now. Yes. Okay, the only problem was with constructor, I was trying to say it as void, but generally it does not matter. You don't have to use void for constructors. So I have created one constructor with three input types, and those inputs will be assigned to the respective IDs, names and course. And from here, instead of creating a two-step process, like in method, we had two steps. First, we were creating an object, and then we were calling the method to create or initiate the value. But here, in this example, we are directly calling the class name and passing the values directly into the class name. So if you are trying to initialize a value to variables through directly class name, you use constructor. So this is one of the constructor. With the help of constructor, you can assign values to all these different IDs. And now instead of two steps, you are done in one step. So now if I do s1 dot display and run this program, you see it displays Shrikant 1 and automation. It displays everything what is present here. So this is one way to initialize an object using constructor. So I can use the same to create one more constructor, to create one more object. Let me have this as display the second object. See, it displays both. But this time the only difference is we created constructor instead of method. Okay, and constructor has the same name as your class name. So that's the difference. If someone asks you what is constructor, so you have to say that you want to initialize an variable, or like if you want to initialize the object variable of an object, you can directly do it at initialize or like while creating an object by passing through all the values while creating an object, which is here. So any questions on how this works or anything? Or is it clear? Okay, perfect. Well, now there are some difference. So now you will be like, we can do this. Why did they create it two times? Like there was already methods which was working fine, right? So methods were working fine. We could pass method or like values in this method any number of times and make it work. Why was constructor introduced? That question could come into your mind, like why did they introduce constructor? Or if constructor was there, I mean, since method was there, why constructor was introduced? The only reason for that is with the help of constructor, you can initiate your object with a value. So you can't call this constructor again. If you want to call this constructor, if you want to edit the value of maybe all these values, if you want to change it, maybe I want to change the value of ID to Shrikant to maybe some other name, automation to maybe some other name. So with the help of constructor, I cannot do that. So if I try to do it again, or like if I try to remove this, if I try to do this, it will throw an error. It will say like, you cannot do this. See, it's looking for an method. So you cannot do this. You have to pass, or you have to pass this only one time. One that too while initiating. However, with methods, let's go and see our method. We have created our object and then we have method here, right? With so this is one of the methods. And how can you differentiate it? Because it's not the same name as your class name. So it's a different name. That means it's a method and it has three values. I have assigned a value here, but I want to replace it. I want to change these values. So I'll change it to maybe like 3. I'll say the new name will be like Shrikant Kumar and computer testing. Okay. So what happens here is like, see, there's no error. That means, let's see. So I triggered my program. Initially, it was given the value of 1 Shrikant and computer science. Then later on, I changed the value by sending different values to the same method. And how did it know? Like how did your compiler know that it has to go and change all these values because of S1? S1 was referring to 1 Shrikant and computer science first. Then later on, I told him to, go update it to 3 Shrikant Kumar and computer testing science. So it went and updated these values with the new values and then displayed them. So this is the major difference between constructor and um, methods. So methods, you can initiate as many number of times you want. Method name is different than your class name. But in constructor, the word constructors also mentions that, while constructing your object, you can pass some values, and you cannot use that constructor again. This is one time. One time once you set up, you're done. Yes, and also one more thing which you have to notice in methods, there's a return type. You see, void is one of the return type. Yeah, now I think we can go ahead and solve some problems where we do return something back to the main program, right? So let me do that. Let's do that here. Let's return a Boolean if my ID Boolean, I can say ID checker. I will not take any value inside, but I'll check here. So if ID is greater than 1, return true. else return false. Okay. So I've created one object called ID checker. Okay, so I've created a new method called ID checker, which has return type of boolean. Okay. Now we'll see how do we handle this. So it will just check if your ID, what you're storing here, is greater than 1. If it is, then it will return true. If it is not, then it will return false, right? So now this was my main class. I initiated with 1, Shrikant automation. So now I will do s1 dot ID checker, right? But since this has like a return type, you can see that it's returning a value, true or false. Then I need to store that value somewhere. So Boolean ID checker value equals to this, and then you can print the value. ID checker result is ID check value. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm initiating it with this value, and then I'm calling this method. This method will be called, then it will just check these things, like if ID is greater than 1. If it is greater than 1, it will return true. If it is not, it will return false. And then I will display that ID. Then I will display other things what the program was doing earlier. So let me execute this. And it says ID checker is false. Why? Because my ID is 1. So let me update it to 2 and then run it. So see, ID checker result is true. So the flow of this program would be like, first your compiler will come here, it will create an object, it will initiate the object because of constructor, initiate the where or initialize the variables of object with to Shrikant and automation. Then here it checks for method called, sorry, here it checks for S1 ID checker. So what it has to do is it has to go to your class, it has to go to ID checker, and then it will do these operations. So here it says ID is greater than 1. If yes, then return true. Return and then true. True should be of type this. So whatever, right now, if this was integer or integer type of return, then this would be issue because true or false is not integer type. So you have to make sure that whatever you're trying to return from here into the main class, or like whatever you're trying to send it back, the return value should match this data type. So right now, if I do anything, it will not work. It will throw an error because it's looking for Boolean return type. Similarly, whatever you're sending here, if you're sending Boolean here, make sure you catch Boolean when you go back to your main method. If you don't catch in the same data type method, imagine like if I write string here, it will throw an error. It will say the value it was sending is Boolean. So it will ask you to fix this. Check the type of ID to Boolean. Change the type to Boolean. That means it wants you to fix this. So whatever we send from the class, we have to store it in the same format. It's like if you send string, you will have to save it in a string data type. I hope this is easy to understand. It was not very difficult. So let me know if there's any questions on understanding what a method is and what this part is. Before method, why do you have to describe the data type? I hope that part is clear. Plus how we store the values which are returned back from the method, that part is clear. And then how we display the result, that part is clear. If you have any problem understanding anything you can let me know and I'll explain it again.
Shrikant, my ID value is data type is string. So what condition can I use in if and main
Sorry, if your ID,
ID is data type string.
if your ID is data type string,
Mhm. So in the constructor class, and
okay.
if
So
you
you're
go
saying
there,
instead of two here, it's string like this.
mhm. So when you're passing that, if for ID checker,
Okay.
what condition can I put there?
So if this
Because
is
it's
string, yeah, then you might have to do, you have to change this ID because now you have string as, then you have to change everything actually. So let me make everything string.
Mhm.
I will be changing this to string. I'll be changing this to string.
Mm.
And after I change this, then it will come to this part
Mhm.
where I'll remove everything and make my ID, which is ID dot, I can do equals. Since it's string, you cannot do other stuff. You have to do this
Okay.
dot equals, and then since it's character, maybe let's try this if it works.
Okay.
If ID dot equals 1 or if this doesn't work, then you have to create a variable, string variable here, like val, and store maybe 1, and then use this val here. ID dot equals. It should work, but it's not working for some reason. String dot equals val. I need to check why this is not working.
Okay. Is it Boolean can only take integers? Like it only checks true or
But
false for
this
integers
condition
or
should work. Oh, I missed this one.
okay.
Yeah. No, it works. As in like, but it will consider this as a string. That's the only difference. Now, if I run
Okay.
this code, then oh, then it will work again. See, the ID checker is true.
Got it. Thank
Oh,
you.
no worries. I need to make all these changes. So this is one more way, or like this is how this is what methods are, and this is how methods are different from constructors, because your method should do some kind of calculations. It can do initialization also for you, but constructor we keep only for initialization, and we use methods for doing operations. Like this is one of the operation, display is one of the operation. Sometimes you want to add, delete, do I mean add, subtract. Those are different types of operations. So yeah. Does anyone have any other question? If no, then let's create this part and execute it. To create one class called constructor student, and I'll give the code, paste it there, and then create one more class called init constructor object, and copy paste this code there. Make sure you execute these code and let me know. Meanwhile, I'll prepare the notes. the difference between constructor and methods. We have few differences. Structure is here also. Methods and the difference. So methods. The method is of code which is referred to by name. For each and program device. Represented by the input name. Method is subprogram which acts on data and may or may not return a value. Which method and there's some rules. The first one is same as class name. Constructor has no return. Is it done?
Sure. Sorry, Srikanth, I missed. What did we need to do?
You had to send the code. You have
Mhm.
to execute this code in your system.
Okay.
And then I will give an exercise problem and we all will solve that. I think the difference is also the same. The differences in this. Okay, so we have covered both methods and constructor. The difference between them, I'll just go over them again. So methods can be uh, methods can have any name. So you can create as many number of methods you want with different names. But constructor should always have the same name as the class name. That is one major thing. Second is methods can return a value, or even if they don't return a value, it's fine. But constructor will never return a value. It will always be the same. Methods has to be called explicitly, and explicitly as in you can call the same method any number of time, but you have to call it by the main class or like the main from the main method. But constructor can be called or like will be called only while creating an object. It will not be called again. So there are like a little bit of difference between or like a lot of difference between them. If someone asks you what constructor are, you should be in a position to answer now. Sure. Okay. Now we'll just work on one program and then we'll be done. The program is quite interesting, so let me give the exercise. Create a class to have three to have two integer variables val1 and val2 create a class to have two integer variables val1 and val2 two floating variables val3 and val4 create method to create methods. One is to add to number, to add to integer number, add to floating number, you know what, add two numbers, subtract two integer number, but float multiply to floating number or divide val3 by val4 5 meters. 2. Then create main class 2. Initiate holding values. Initiate the main class to initiate all the 4 values. This constructor to initiate the values. Create main class initiate those values. Okay. So now we have to work on writing this code. It's similar to what we have done, a little bit advanced, but we can work on it. So you have to first create a class. You have 4 variables in it, 2 of type integer called val1 and val2. 2 of the variables are floating types called val3 and val4. Okay. You have to create a constructor to initiate all these 4 values. So you have to do that. And then you have to write methods. Okay. The first method should let you add 2 numbers. And after adding those 2 numbers, it has to, so the method will return a value into your main code. So that's why it says must return a value. Then you also have to write a code to subtract between 2 integers. So you can do value1 minus value2. And then whatever is the result, again, it has to send the value back to the main class. Then you have to multiply 2 floating numbers. So you have to write the code or method to multiply 2 numbers and return a value. The fourth one would be to divide value 3 by value 4. And again, whatever is the result, return it back to the main class. And the final is modulus operator, return the values back to the main class. And finally, in the main class, display all these values. So you'll write a main class, and with the help of the constructor, or like while initializing the object, you will pass 4 values and initiate the values. After that, you will call each and every methods which you have created and display the output. If you can do this, then our today's class will be done. We all will be good with class, methods, constructors. Did everyone understand the question? yes, no, maybe. If you have any doubts understanding the question, please let me know. And then I'll explain again. Perfect. Let's see who finishes this first. First, yeah. Yes, let's go ahead and see. Where is your class file? Can you open your class file first? Okay, we have class called arithmetic operation. And then we have two integer value, two floating value. We have class to initiate all the values, four values, perfect. Then you're adding, returning sum, returning difference, returning product.
Product code. This is the quotient.
Okay, and
The modulus is the remainder.
mod. Okay, perfect. And where is your main class?
So arithmetic is my main class. So
Oh.
where I have created an object. So with when I'm creating object, I call the constructor. So I'm passing the values. So next time printing all those values, I just called it directly on the sysout.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
This is addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and modulus.
Okay.
So if I run, this is the output.
Perfect. Yeah, this is what I wanted. Now, yeah, this is what I want. We'll wait for others to finish
Yeah, sure.
and then we'll share the code with them.
Yeah. Can I stop sharing?
Yes, please. And since you are waiting, meanwhile, can you take all 4 inputs from user and then pass it?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
Okay. Addy, how are you feeling at this time?